Flois, that possibly might mean taking down T-Chips and Art Skill. That means taking down Seti and Cammy as well, and his teammate barely even has enough HP. This is an impossible task with a force you cannot even tame. Cammy now getting close and personal, looking for a few shots. They're getting ready to close this game.
Yeah, is that Cammy and Seti on high, or is it Tayson and Chapix? They're applying some pressure now, but can they drop down and get a bit of these eliminations? So many players falling, and they hear it. Cammy wanting to get in on the action. Wasn't quite able to capitalize, but get some of the loot for it. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught in zone. Flois and Mappy now, they want to win this game. They want to close it out in style. Mappy, though, will fall. And again, we're seeing Flois in these final moments, doing everything he can. But will it be a repeat of last game? Will he be able to turn the tide? It's going to be a difficult one. Cammy and Seti won't seem to let him do it. Flois will fall again. Cammy and Seti will rise. Winning a game from high ground, not something you'll see every day, but that's what it's all about sometimes in the EU FNCS qualifiers. The elite of the elite players showing that they are complete and can do it regardless of their layer. Cammy and Seti win the last game, but Shia Wager, so much went down there. Kiko and Andrea, Kiko just being able to stay alive was enough to put them in the top 5, send them to the FNCS finals in those final moments.
Absolutely, 144 is what they were at. At that moment, though, the entire tiebreaker bridge of EU fell. Were there possible placements given to other teams? That is the question. So far, though, for all the live gameplay today, it's me and Levin 2K on the mic. Levin, it's been absolutely fun so far. And I mean, for you, any final words?
Honestly, man, I can't wait to see them leaderboards.
Let's see what you got.
Shia Wager, 11-2K, thank you guys so much for your incredible casting. My goodness, EU 6 games done. And now we have to kind of turn our attention to see which of those duos did qualify. Before we get there, Race Boop, I want to get your thoughts on the day.
Crazy. I think it's the easiest way to sum it up, right? We just saw like solo pop-off after solo pop-off. We saw things that, you know, are familiar. A Vadil and a Noah win coming in there. Some frags, some heavy eliminations. And, you know, what day of FNCS is complete without a Cammy and Seti victory royale? Let's be real.
From height.
From height? Yeah, that's different. I'll tell you what, that's the change up, right? Here it is.
Yeah, Cammy and Seti from the high ground. Obviously, you know, they've been playing it super consistent today, and they've just been some of the best teams. Obviously, Anlex and X-Squeeze were there as well, but, you know, we've seen a lot more for Cammy and Seti, and, you know, they're the type of team to have practice this sort of situation. You know, knowing that they love to practice the variety of different sort of playstyles. They know how to play low ground, they know how to play mid ground, but when it comes to high ground as well, they're just up there with the big boys.
Absolutely, and I kind of watched some of their games in the earlier rounds of this qualifier, and I saw them taking height a bunch as well, and they were winning so many games because of it at the same time. And, like, you know, having this in your arsenal, in your toolbook for Cammy and Seti is so valuable. Like, if these guys want to go on to win the FNCS, we know they've qualified to it. Now they're in the finals. If they want to win, having that low, mid, and height playstyle is so critical.
Yeah, and it's adaptability, right? Adaptability is the name of the game of Fortnite. You know, the meta changes, the game changes, the map changes every single week, and you just got to be able to adapt. But one of those teams who were not able to adapt today was Hen and Queasy Reese.
Yeah, a big shot from them. We saw almost what would have been, I'd say, the clutch of the day from Queasy here. Obviously, you see Hen get knocked on the far rotate. So close. I mean, this is like an inch away from being able to get him in. If Queasy was slightly more careful, potentially he could have gotten the res here by ramping over and preventing Kiko getting that elimination there for him. Probably not. Let's be real. It was super close, and that is a heartbreaking moment because these two are the reigning FNCS champions. Still not punching their ticket through, but this is the top 5 who have managed to make it through here. And Lex next week in first, no surprise. Seti and Cammy in second after that victory royale in the final game. No surprise there either. Let's be real. Vadil and Noah Riley pop it through in third. T-Chips and Art Skill with their fantastic, consistent performance in fourth. And in fifth place, Kiko and Indra, the team who is a sleeper kind of all day that just continue to gain point after point after point. I saw Mama Kiko in chat earlier. I'm sure she will be ecstatic.
Yeah, it's one of those duos that you didn't really expect it, right? This is, again, one of those duos that was a result of the EU snakening. And now it's basically happened. 3 of those teams that have qualified to the finals are now through as well, right? Joe and Ziandi, Tace and Chapix, and then Andred and Kiko. The only one left is Thomas H. and Trippin to be missing out.
I am totally going off the charts here, but look at Flois and Mappy in 6th. They obviously just missed out on qualification. The qualification to the finals is top 5, but they got 142 points here, and that was pretty much in the last 2 games. Those last 2 games, they both placed second with 10th and then 12 eliminations. If they had almost managed to scrap out a couple more points, I think winning that final game actually would have qualified them over Kiko and Andrea.
Yeah, it was basically Kiko just surviving those few seconds extra, getting those extra placing points. And, you know, that's just the name of the game today, is just clutch solo moments. You just gotta have those ice in your vein in order to make it to the finals.
Absolutely, and it's disappointing for Rifty and Flodax there as well, who just went out. We saw them really doing well, but just going down early in that game. The predictions. Zeke, how'd it go for you?
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. It started really, really good, but it's okay. It's okay. We still have 2 more weeks, right? It's fine. You know, I feel like it went really well for you and Levin.
I feel like it did. I mean, second place. Yeah, I didn't mean to ask you, just you know, because I know it didn't go so well. But second place for me and Levin, my boy. I mean, I told you, when we lock eyes, when we have the same prediction, we're nearly always doing right there. What about you, Boo? How was your one?
Yeah, it was okay. Honestly, I think you guys sent me the wrong script or something. Everyone said that all of his buses would be coming from the south side today. You know, Venno and Aqua, south side bus path. I thought it was going to be a slam dunk, but unfortunately, I was wrong.
Nah.
Gonna have to hire a better script writer this season.
Nah, we're gonna get rid of it. We're gonna put my mom as the analyst. She got the last season's finalists right. She
Absolute
predicted
legend.
Hen and Queasy last season. I mean, she'd clearly win the predictions now. Let's boop out, get her in.
There you go. There you go. This is part of our extended analytical cast here. There's just going to be a whole multiverse of people. You'll love to see it. Fortnite fam, that concludes the action here from Qualifier 2 in Europe specifically. Don't forget, you like what you see? Well, we have NA East, NA West as well. More Fortnite. Other regions, 6 games in both. Make sure you stick around. Don't forget, we're back next weekend for Qualifier number 3. We love you. Keep yourself safe. Legends Landing, we love you. And we'll see all of you on the Battle Bus.
Peace.
That was a weak beep beep. I'm not gonna.
up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, and the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold two weapons designed exclusively for close range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep. What's up, Fortnite fam? Chapter 3, Season 2 is here, and the island is changing. Let's talk about some of the most notable changes, starting with the addition of the blimps. In the start of the season, we saw the island skyline get swarmed with an array of IO blimps across the map. These floating ships bring additional loot on board to each of the areas they exist in. They also allow for the ability to fly and redeploy from the wings. These blimps can be found in Command Cavern, Coney Crossroad, Tilted Towers, and Rocky Reels. There's another blimp on the south coast, however, you'll have a hard time rotating from this one. Also, we can't forget to talk about the addition of the siege cannons in these areas. While they don't solely exist on the blimps, you are guaranteed to find them there. These siege cannons allow you to propel cannonballs towards your enemies, though that's not all you can do. You can also use them to propel across the map or into enemy builds, this providing another great rotational tool for competitive play. However, the blimps weren't the only addition this season. We also saw the addition of an entirely new POI in the Fortress, as well as some new IO bases.
The giant drilling machine known as the Fortress is located in the central part of the map. Although the Fortress isn't the biggest POI, it still packs a punch. Both inside and outside the Fortress, you can find several IO guards, along with Dr. Sloan. If you can find and take down Dr. Sloan, you can grab her mythic Striker Burst Rifle. Be careful, Sloan won't go down without a fight. Then, step inside to find 3 IO chests, along with plenty of other loot scattered throughout the POI. When you're ready to rotate out, simply jump into the siege cannon up top, or hit the launch pad that spawns on the outside of the fortress. Multiple other outposts popped up across the map. You can find IO buildings scattered across the island. They vary in size and utility, but all of them include more loot. You can add these locations to your drop, or drop here to start your games.
Over on the south side of the island, another new addition in the form of Synapse Station has emerged on the island. There are several chest spawns throughout the POI and ample ammo boxes giving enough loot for multiple duos to land here. The best part of Synapse Station is not the loot though, it's the mobility that comes with the POI. 3 different rifts have the chance of opening, which gives you easy movement into the zone. Another addition you should be sure to add to your rotations are the mini craters that have formed across the map. Inside these craters is usually a handful of chests and shield barrels, which is just enough to provide one person with a full loadout. Although, not every crater is the same, with some having a slurp truck and reboot van inside. That crater is located just southeast of Broadcast Bunker and is home to both. With craters seemingly on every side of the map, it also offers a saving grace to those who either prefer the scavenger routes or got pushed out early because they had to retreat.
All of these map changes will surely keep you on your toes. Make sure to dive in and explore the map. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's time once again. NA East, I've missed you, and now I get to hang out for just a little bit with SBG and Sundown. Guys, what are we kind of expecting here coming into Season 2?
The tactical sprinting, I think, is going to play a huge part in how endgame is played. We saw sliding slightly change it, but I don't think that's going to be as big of a change.
I think the biggest thing we've talked about across the other regions is the change in movement across the game, whether it is the blimps in the actual movement, how you get around the map, or the movement of your character itself.
We don't have those movement inventory items anymore. So last season we had the peppers, we had the chili chug splashes. I think the harpoon is going to come back into a strong piece.
So how can we expect to see loadouts shift in this season?
We saw the change to coolers as well, so they're now dropping floppers, which is going to come back into meta because players are now going to understand the value of playing in Storm. Because with all of the movement we had last season, getting ahead was so important.
NA East in particular is notorious for having these monstrously high Storm Surge numbers.
We saw the recent changes, right? You have to be able to make it to endgame. It's so much harder to actually survive there. So you're relying on impacts as well. Like, there's just so many layers to this.
I'd predict in NA East, as we normally see, a monstrous roster change, even in the week, if not sometimes in the middle of the FNCS, as players try and get their last chance to make it. I think this season, the duos who end up staying together are going to have a better run than previously at NA East. Looking at the Boog and the Miros, looking at the Fatch and the Pam Stouts, the ones who were able to put together a consistent game plan, played a ton last season, and are able to take the game plan that worked there and then add the new components. I think as you pick up a new duo, particularly this season, trying to put all the pieces together is going to be really hard.
I want to sit here and talk more, but the battle bus is ready. Okay, it's warming up for us. NA East, it is always a pleasure hanging out with all. Before we go, do you guys want to, where can we find you if we want to give you guys a follow?
Pretty consistent branding for me. X Sundown, O is a 0 on pretty much everything.
Same. I'm somebody's gun on everything as well.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Super fun to do this. NA East, let's get this started. Beep, beep. Last time on FNCS NA East, two teams stood at the top of NA East. The seasoned veterans of Agers and Kanata were hot on the heels of Peterbot and Byla, but unable to catch them. Reigning FNCS champions of NA East, Miro and Booga, also booked their ticket straight to the finals after they snuck into the top 5. One thing is guaranteed, these players are not rookies, because all of the top 5 duos participated in last season's FNCS, and they're ready to do it all over again. Who will join these veterans in the finals? Find out now on FNCS NA East Qualifier 2, Round 4.
5 duos have already confirmed their places in finals, with another handful eager to siege cannon their way into the ultimate showdown, playing for the Axe of Champions. Tonight, the journey for FNCS glory continues right here on FNCS NAE Qualifier 2. Fortnite fam, my name is Adam Savage. I'm delighted to be your host once again for what is going to be an amazing day of Fortnite action. I must say as well, a very happy Mother's Day to all the mums out there. A big shout out to the mums of players who are competing in the tournament tonight as well, and thinking of all those who find today very challenging as well. Boy, do we have an amazing evening plan for you. But it's not just me, as always. I'm joined by the one and the only Vivid and SBG on the desk here. Lads, fellas, boys, I think tonight is going to be pretty exceptional. We must go straight, Vivid, straight to qualifier 1 there. We had 5 teams. We saw Zeke highlight them in the kind of the reel just before the show kicked off, and 5 big names. But tonight, we have 50 duos, and the teams, every single player in every duo seems to be or have some kind of legacy in Fortnite to a degree. Tonight is going to be massive.
Yeah, the players coming in to round 4 today are not shy of Fortnite competition at all. Very, very excited to see. And you know, when we come over in between qualifiers, it's always great to see, right? Because we're kind of losing those 5 teams, and they created so much hype for us in that first qualifier. But now it kind of opens up to all new players to create that hype for us here in qualifier 2. So I'm excited to see what the competition brings today.
Yeah, Vivid, you're right. Creates that power vacuum, and we've already seen some teams try and figure out where they're going to be landing based on where those top 5 teams from last qualifier aren't landing. But, you know, quick shout out to all the moms and Mama SBG. Happy Mother's Day.
Nice. You know, I think you're right. A power vacuum is a great way to describe it. This is the great thing about this show. You are going to see it all unfold for your very eyes here. All these duos competing. Tonight, you can see here on the broadcast schedule, Qualifier 2 highlighted for you guys, May 8th. That is what's happening right now. We have 5 already gone through in Qualifier 1. Tonight, 5 more will join them in finals, making that 10 already that have gone through the finals before we get into Qualifier 3 of next week, and then followed by semi-finals and finals. Remember, in Qualifiers 1, 2, and 3 as well, all teams competing for those semi-final points. Vivid, walk us through the format. Take us there, baby.
Yeah, so focused on the left side here, we are in still week number 1, but qualifier 2. So we have had that first qualifier. We played 4 rounds between yesterday, or we played 3 rounds between yesterday and today. Round 3 just finished up, so we're coming into round 4, where top 5 will advance, and then every other duo will gather up some series points to work their way towards those semifinals. And after we conclude semifinals, we will have 50 teams gathered and ready to compete in the finals, where we'll have 2 days, 6 matches each day to crown our champions this season.
Now, Vivid talked about the overall format. Let's talk about what we're playing for here today and our point format. The important thing is those victory royales. That is what everyone is trying to get. That's 32 points, and within the top 5 is where you get a ton of those points. We see it decays and keeps going down. Starting at 35th, you start to get 1 point per placement, and the higher up you go, the more points you're going to get. In addition to placement points, you're also going to get 3 points per elimination, and we've seen some big games coming through with those elim points pushing teams up the leaderboard.
Yeah, spot on there. I think as well, you can see here in the format, 25th position is 3 points, and upwards from there, it starts to escalate very quickly, the amount of points you get, depending on where you finish in each of our games. We have player lists as well to go through. You mentioned how big the duos are tonight. Vivid, who sticks out for you in our duos competing?
Immediately, I see Day and Clicks up there. They did finish first out of round number 3, so excited to see what they can do today. But then look, we have Scented and Cold. You can see on the left side, 33 FB is actually Cold. You know, the name business of Fortnite is indeed crazy, but Illis and Jack returning. Threats and Rise also back to try to get that top 5 position. SBG, who is sticking out for you?
So right in the bottom left corner, I see Smite and Larson. They didn't play together the first qualifier, but they finished in our top 5 last FNCS. It didn't go well at the beginning of the season. They decided to play with other people, but now they're back, and they were a problem for other teams. I'm really interested to see how they play today. We also have D-Roller and M-Pen, who just narrowly missed our top 5 last qualifier. They were up there for most of it, and we have a lot of other teams. Spade and Chimp, another team that did well during the previous FNCS, coming back. They qualified for qualifier 1, here now in qualifier 2 once again.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, one thing as well that we love here on the show, and last qualifier 2 days ago, should I say, you guys were amazing. The chat right there, big shout out to you guys in chat here. Let us know who you think is going to qualify as well, because you're a big part of this show now, of course. Let us know. Share the love. Let us know exactly who you think is going to go through the finals. Of course, here on the show as well, we love to give you guys a bit of kind of insider scoops as well regarding some of our players and the fun things that are happening. And here's something for you. This is called Ask a Pro NAE Edition. Check it out.
Even though I don't always have this great of an attitude, but you know, I'm working on it.
I feel like streaming is huge, and just like people like showing your personality.
There's just no feeling that comes close to that.
Just shower every day. Just once a day. That's all it takes.
Like anything can happen, to be honest.
What is the optimal shower frequency for performance? It's crazy. That's a question.
I like to go at least once a day when I'm waking up, and yeah, just feel good and not dirty. Yeah.
I try to shower at night because like when I wake up and I shower, like it just makes my like hands feel weird, and I usually play bad.
I think it's once a day. It's really good.
I usually shower like once a day, usually right before I get on, so I'm refreshed.
Definitely once a day, minimum. I know there's some gamers that do not do that. I know that for a fact.
Is there any underrated duo that you think could have a breakout performance?
Glaze and Trashy are doing really good right now, and I feel like they're working hard and they're placing, and I think they could do good.
I think Dubs and Mega are going to have a very good season. I think people aren't thinking as highly of them.
Oh my god, me too. And Shadow 1X is going to do really good in this FNCS.
Joji and Rokane, they're not really underrated, but I think for comp-wise, like they've been doing really good and people kind of overlook them.
What's the most effective way to make a name for yourself in the community?
To be honest, just like do all your socials and just try to place as high as you can.
Probably just placing in cash cups mostly.
Like people really look out for like solo tournaments, especially for like looking for like a new duo. Like people want to see how you can do like by yourself.
Just know that you're really good if you stream every event and place well.
Everyone roots for the underdog, so if you're making a name for yourself, FNCS is the place to do that.
How did it feel getting your best placement in the FNCS Grand Final?
I got my best placement in Season 5 in Trios, and it felt great because I never did really good in a big team mode.
Third place in squad meta, so that was Chapter 2, Season 1, and that whole FNCS was very fun. I love squads. I wish we have it again someday.
First time, it was pretty good. You know, I got second like 4 times in a row, but so like towards the end, it was a little annoying.
It honestly felt really well, but at the same time really sad because I could have like won a lot more. And
when you see the leaderboard and then you're, I don't know, first place, it's always like just the best feeling ever.
Who is your role model?
I really look out for Bruga, one of the best players in his story, is really, really good.
Like everyone hypes me up and says like what I'm capable of, so it's honestly myself.
All like the Liquid people like Chap, Tom, Poach, like all of them, they're like super inspiring. Like you can do comp and keep content going as well.
Probably a tennis player like Roger Federer, who has like been on top for a long time and has a great attitude.
So back in the day, I was watching Apex, Temper, Fakey, and fast forward to today, I'm on their org, and that's the most ridiculous thing ever. It's amazing.
I love everyone's like, hey, Roger Federer, Booger, and Yomto's like, I'm my own role model. I just love me. It's just me. I'm the best. Love that. And he qualified already. So, hey, it makes sense. I get it, man. One thing as well, obviously that's a bit closer to the players there you are there. And, of course, you can take it one step further and watch this entire show from Legends Landing as well. We talk about this a lot. It's a great place, great activities, a fun place to get closer to us as well. You can go there with the community, go and have some fun. It is an amazing place. You can find all the details on the epic Discovery Row. Check out Legends Landing. We should talk about some of the players, actually. We saw some of them there. We should focus on some duos in particular here. Vivsta, SBGZ. Let's talk about one of our duos first and foremost, who could do big things tonight. This is Jamper and Duke, of course. Why do we love this duo? Why are they so exciting? What could happen tonight, Vivid? What might happen in Qualifier 2 for them?
Yeah, it's looking really, really good for Jamper Duke. They are a solid duo all around. Jamper has so much experience. He's played alongside Booga, so all that experience and knowledge kind of transfers over. He does a very good job IGLing and finds positions that he can do very well from. In the last qualifier 1, he did finish 11th, so, pretty good. And if we're looking at it here, total points 130 in that round 3 that we just ended up having. But the impressive thing for me here, SBG, is actually their average eliminations, 8.5. They actually had the second highest average eliminations from round 3, just behind Day and Clicks.
That is actually so important for these two because they're such mechanical players. Even though Jamper does typically lead the team, he is absolutely cracked at this game. We've seen him throw on a stream from time to time, and he just clips everybody. He's throwing clips left and right, playing Arena. So we know that these two are going to play really well together.
Yeah, they really will. They came 11th in Qualifier 1, so close to that top 5. But it could happen tonight. It really could. Another duo as well we're going to talk about. Obviously, these duos only qualified in the last hour or so with round 3 and we're into round 4. One we found out did qualify as well, which is really exciting for us, is Donnie and Macwood Vivid. We talked about these guys a lot, and again, they are back here for Qualifier 2. We're excited to see them compete. Why, for fans at home watching now, are they ones to watch in this competition?
I mean, Macwood's playing forever. Actually won the first FNCS all the way back in Season X. Actually, I got second just behind him, but let's not talk about that. He did just get second in round 3, just previous, as Adam said, and just an hour ago. And honestly, the most impressive thing about this team is kind of their explosiveness. As you can see here, their highest point game being a 36. Honestly, their average placement and their average elims, not the best, right? But whenever they do well in these games, they do extraordinarily well. So expect them to have kind of these explosive games out of nowhere.
Yeah, like you said, Macwood's been around a long time. He's one of the top IGLs in the region, and he's done one of those combination, taking the veteran player, mixing it with a newer player that is, a little crazier, really good at the game, but doesn't have all that background knowledge. Just like Bucky and Cam, we see Cold and Scented. A lot of these teams and a lot of these veteran players are teaming up with the new guy, and that's what I see from this Mac with Donnie duo.
Yeah, you need a little bit of crazy here, boys. You need a little bit of crazy in your team to spice things up, make it exciting. And the fans at home as well, you guys love to see that too. It just pops off, and it's great entertainment. Another team as well that we must talk about, I'm talking about legacy players here, Commandment and Stretch in the competition as well tonight. Indeed, Vivid, it looks like they're dropping towards the crossroads. I mean, this is going to be another duo who you expect big things. They've done so many, they've finished so highly in other FNCS in the past, and here they are together in duos. This is looking great.
Yeah, very impressive duo here indeed. Honestly, Commandment for a very long time was regarded as one of the best players in the NA East region. As you can see, their stat line, nothing really too impressive. And I feel like looking at their stat sheet here, they got a second, a sixth, and a first were kind of like their best games, right? So whenever they do make it into that end game, you can expect a top 5 finish for sure.
And these guys are like quiet and sneaky good. I feel like you don't really hear too much about them. They don't post on social media a ton. And then just out of nowhere, they're like, all right, we're qualifying for FNCS again. We're going to do well. And last FNCS, it came off the back of a couple of solo clutches for them to qualify for finals. I would expect to see that once again, because these two are two of the best solo players, not just as a team, but you put them by themselves, they're going to do some amazing things.
They really are, and that's what you need in this. Obviously trios last year, you got 3 of you down to duos now. There's only 2. You need to have that solo clutch ability, I guess. I've got 2 players in the team that can do it. Hey, that's way better in your favor, and it means that you could very well go all the way and qualify having that in your team. But talking about like qualifier 1 as well, we saw that we had 5 teams qualify already, and we did have the likes of Booger and Miro and Co who made it through. But what was it about qualifier 1, Vivid, do you think our players that are competed tonight would have seen the 5 going through? They would have seen the way they kind of play the map and the kind of the new kind of updates and whatnot, and how they kind of utilize them in their favor. What do you think might change this evening about our duos and how they approach qualifier 2?
Yeah, there is a lot of information out there now for some of these teams to VOD review, and honestly, I think it was just mainly those refreshes in the endgame. Whenever we saw a team do well, they just had a plethora of eliminations, and usually those eliminations mean that they were getting refreshes and they were able to kind of just tarp forever and ever. Also, the usage of launch pads playing a very big part in qualifier 1, and kind of being aware of your surroundings and reusing launch pads that other teams may place down.
Yeah, and the other piece I think is seeing how free high ground was at times. The team that is padding up and highest at a time, sometimes you can land on builds and be like, all right, I didn't even have to fight for this. 3 out of the 5 teams won a game from high ground that qualified in the first qualifier. So, do some notes, do some VOD reviewing. I would expect to see that once again.
Yeah, indeed. Now, obviously, the teams as well have qualified only recently, but we've already got some potential off-spawn fights we're getting excited about as well. We're going to focus on some of those POIs right now for you guys. We think the action could really take place. First things first, let's talk about Tilted Towers. Vivid, what could happen there? What could be we could be in for a treat here this evening. What's going to happen at Tilted, do you think?
Listen, I'm just going to say it. Honestly, anything could really happen here in game number 1, so pay attention to where everybody's landing. But as you can see here, Okus and Knifer versus Jack and Illis potentially over here at Tilted Towers. A very strong POI, especially with that blimp. We love to talk about how these blimps kind of add the rotations around the map with the siege cannons, and then just straight up the loot that is up there as well is enough kind of for a duo to just kind of run away with. So a lot can happen at this POI, but SPG, round 3 only ended 40 minutes to an hour ago. We really have no solidified idea where a lot of these duos are going.
Yeah, this could wind up being a 3 or 4 team battle off spawn at Tilted. Jack and Okus, they've been battling for a little bit here at Tilted Towers. They've been going back and forth. Okus has played with a couple different teammates, and it's big enough to split. If these guys decide, all right, we don't need to battle it out off spawn every single game, that can happen. But at the same time, they could go ahead and try and fight for that blimp every single game, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch off spawn there.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about layers in the last qualifier as well, how the blimps add that extra layer now above a POI. So teams don't have to necessarily engage if they don't want to. There is options around them to still loot up and rotate when they need to. But I think it's going to be mighty exciting to see unfold, as you said. Another kind of area which I know is going to be hot off the press. I mean, I didn't even intend that pun, but the Daily Bugle, that was spot on. It's perfect. Vivid, Daily Bugle. What is going to, I mean, this is a POI as well. We know that many teams do like to kind of, to utilize. There's a lot there to grab, but Donnie and Macwood, Bucky and Cam, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, two high-profile duos, especially being that Macwood and Donnie just got that second place in round number 3. A lot can happen here, and honestly, you got to be careful about those teams that are landing in the surrounding areas as well, because they could third-party very easily.
This happened last season, and it's going to happen once again, or at least it appears that it's going to happen. Who knows? There is some open areas on the map, but I do believe Macwood and Bucky both want the Daily Bugle, and they want to claim it, so they're willing to fight for it. Bucky, Cam, they were the two that won off the first time when this happened last season. But again, it's a little different this season as we don't have the Spider-Man web shooters in the game. So I'll be interested to see how this plays out, Adam.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's what's exhilarating as well. You mentioned about how short in between round 3 and 4 there is. Like, it's going to be a melting pot of strats here. Kind of one thing that worked for you in the last round, this round, now you could be potentially contested. You have to change things up pretty quickly because it's a whole different ball game now. One thing, obviously, we do love here as well, as we mentioned, is getting up close and personal with players. And one that's really exciting is going to be one to watch this evening is Jamper. And this is our experience in the lobby with him.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and I am in the lobby with LG Jamper, and we're gonna hop right on into it. Jamper, how you doing today, bud?
I'm doing great.
Why don't you tell people what was the first tournament you ever played in, won money in, and what did it feel like?
The first tournament I ever played in was the Lux Cup. Or actually, that's the first tournament I won money in, but I competed in some of like the other tournaments, but I wasn't eligible because I was like under 16. So that kind of held me back, and like I still loved the game, so I kept playing even though I wasn't like allowed to compete. And then they announced World Cup. It was age 13 to compete. That's when like I was like, I'm gonna get serious. I'm gonna focus it, and I actually made money in the Lux Cup, which is actually pretty early on. It's like the first tournament.
At what moment were you like, wow, I can kind of keep really doing this Fortnite thing?
Because I was doing average, you could say, in like a pro terms, average in like the tournaments and everything, but that was while I was playing soccer in school and everything. So I knew if I had more time to focus on what I was doing that I would be successful. So I guess I kind of always knew, but when LG messaged me, that's when like I knew.
So once you were able to focus on Fortnite, what kind of gave you that biggest lift? Was it being able to practice all the time? Was it really being able to dedicate the tournament? Do you do a bunch of VOD reviewing?
Definitely VOD reviewing. That's like the most important thing, because like a lot of people, they have like an ego about themselves and like won't admit their mistakes. But if you take away your ego and actually like look at what you're doing wrong, like that's what really pushes you above everyone else.
I feel like in your particular duo, that's made sense because you're paired up with Dukes right now, right? Mm-hmm. And how do you feel playing with him has been, and what are you excited for this upcoming season?
Playing with Dukes is actually really fun because I like, it's one thing to like play with your teammate just for like tournaments, but I actually like hanging out with them and talking to him, so it's really nice. And the last finals we played, the grand finals, Chapter 3 Season 1, he actually solo clutched like a lot of points, and he had a really good performance, so I'm really confident with him.
Yeah, and how is that, knowing that at any point in time, not only are you enjoying playing with your teammate, but you both really have that capability of kind of popping off and having that big game? Like, what are the vibes like in the call when that goes on?
It's great, because like if I do it, he makes me feel like I'm the best player, and if he does it, then I'm just like, oh my God, Dukes, you're the best player. Thanks for carrying me.
Where can people find you? Where can they watch you, catch up on the social media, catch up on your streams? What are your tags?
Jamper FN on Twitter. That's like my main platform that I use to like communicate with what I'm doing. And I stream a lot on Twitch, twitch.tv/Jamper.
All right, sweet. Thank you so much, Jamper. And that's been In the Lobby.
Great to hear from Jamper there, talking about, you need to check ego at the door when it comes to these competitions, and a lot of belief in his teammate as well. Just like I have belief in Sundown there, like we all do. What a legend. We're going to find out about him at MDF very shortly when we get into the action. But, we need to talk about predictions, of course, every week, and we know you guys love this as well, Chat-A-Roonies. We know you guys love to get involved with our predictions. Let us know who you think is going to win. This is our predictions qualifier 2 here. I had to go. It was perfect timing there. Jamper and Duke there going, they came so close last week. They came 14th in the last round for the first 4. I think the first 4 games they had, they came like first, second, couple of 6th places, a lot of eliminations. I'm feeling good. Logjam looks like a great POI for them. It could happen for them tonight. Vivid, walk me through your predictions.
Yeah, Adam, honestly, I think they're going to do well, but I think Day and Clicks are going to do even better, and it's awesome to see that MDF is agreeing with me here. You know, Clicks and Day had an amazing performance in round 3 that actually came first, and here we're actually going to get the stat line for that. They had an average eliminations of 8.75. It was the highest out of any team in round 3. 2 victory royales. I mean, they just played so well, and I had the awesome opportunity to watch because Clicks does stream these events, and listen, let me tell you, from their POV, they are playing way too well not to pick them.
Yeah, they are playing well. Another team that we've seen some ups and downs from, but I do truly believe in is going to be Scented and Cold. You know, when the moment comes and it's time to shine, these guys have proved to be able to do it. I think they will qualify here in qualifier number 2. Another team that has really come on as of late once they started playing together is Joji and Rokane. That's Sundown's pick. They have been playing well the past few weeks, so, you know, trying to keep a hot hand and continue that streak.
It's interesting. Obviously, we mentioned the last in qualifier 1 as well. This season, a bit different to usual, that there's a little bit of a kind of like a mini competition going on between the desk and the casters as well here now. So we're all kind of like going, we need to really think about placements here and points and what's going to happen, because it kind of certainly has really raised the stakes for us here as well. So interesting there, Vivid, that you and MDF have gone for the same pick here. I mean, I saw the VOD as well. Amazing stuff from Clicks today. But do you think it could be the night? Because if you don't go through qualifier 2, there's a lot of pressure on qualifier 3 to have to qualify here, Vivid. Do you think tonight is the night that a lot of players think qualifier 2, it has to happen now because the whole series points thing and trying to do qualifier 3 is just too risky?
Yeah, you know, we are in qualifier 2, only 1 left, as Anna mentioned. And yeah, that could be a part of kind of maybe some of the nerves that some of these players are experiencing, right? But I would expect that out of like some of these newer players that aren't necessarily used to that FNCS environment, but are veterans like Clicks a Day. We have Scented and Cold here at Macwood. Like all of them, they're probably locked in by now for sure. So I don't think it's going to be a problem for them necessarily.
Yeah. Do you know what, guys? We are right there, ready to rock and roll. Game 1 is upon us. Our delectable duo, Sundown and Monster D-Face, are waiting in the wings to bring us the action. Let's head over to the boys for Game 1.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. My name's Sundown, joined here by Monster D-Face to call all the action. We saw qualifier number 1 happen on Friday, but qualifier 2 here today. We will see 5 more teams advance. Monster, who do you have your eye on?
I mean, definitely Clicks and Day. There's a reason I picked them. Vivid said it best. Clicks was streaming his perspective. You can see the vibes in the chat. Like, things are just looking immaculate for this duo of Day and Clicks. And not only that, they had a pretty exceptional performance the last time we were here, just casting over them. Slightly missing the mark, so there's a couple, you know, players that kind of open up the room here. But again, there's no time to waste, guys. The battle bus is ready. Let's get into game number 1.
And away we go. Match number 1 of 6 here. We already saw the action go down in Europe. A nice, tight qualifying race at the top. And we'll see if we get another little bit of a runaway train. Over in qualifier 1, we had 5 teams separate themselves pretty securely from the pack. But right now in the top right, we got Macwood in the bottom right-hand corner. We got Bucky representing G2 and NRG respectfully.
Yeah, and you know, the one thing to really put this all into context, ladies and gentlemen, is that these players have very little time to figure out where exactly they are going to drop. What are they going to claim? For Bucky and Cam, it does seem like Donnie and Macwood do not want to go ahead and contest against them. They've decided to possibly land around a Sleepy Sound, where Scented was also deciding that he was going to transfer out of. So a lot of shape-shifting, right, happening on the map right now. A lot of players just deciding, hey, we got to play a little bit differently. How do we maximize our odds here? Because with only 6 games Sundown, you see it really comes down to playing all of them well. If the last qualifier that we cast over was any indicator, it's that teams can really break away with the lead and not look back.
Yeah, you just kind of hold on to it, but right now somebody's trying to break away and just hold on. You can see Blair running away from Tenley with pickaxe damage coming through, but all of a sudden Tenley gets a weapon in a chest and the situation gets real awkward. It is a 1v2, as you can see Sin has been able to pick up an elimination already, but looks like Blinn just trying to get away, trying to find a little bit of space. He will have the ability to disengage if he can get out of here, but Tenley has absolutely no threat. I mean, he could throw a fish at him, but that's it.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, like, maybe you just eat that, right? Go in there, get that pickaxe swing, but they've allowed him to have a little bit more time than he probably would have liked. A Ranger in hand for the opponent on the other side. Sin's going to go ahead and commit here. It's a pistol. He should win this. Okay, it was closer than he probably would have liked, but in the end, it is a 2-elimination lead now for Tenley and Sin FPS. Again, newer teams showing up today here in this qualifier. And let's talk about the significance of elimination, Sundown. We saw just on Friday how big the points can really gap ahead as you start to pick up these elims.
Yeah, we saw it with Threats right off the bat, able to pick up that 10 elimination game in match 1 that basically kept him on the front page until the 5th or 6th match, despite them not really picking up any points after the fact. So the additional, you might think it's just 1 extra point when we get to this round number 4, but when eliminations were just 2 points before, that's a 50% increase from 2 to 3. So got to keep an eye on that. So right now you can see FaZe Svented currently sitting on that Mythic Burst Rifle, as well as Legendary Striker, or a Epic Striker Pump, excuse me, and tons of shields. So they're going to look to get in some fights.
Yeah, that's that adjustment to the drop spot we were talking about. On over to Dignitas' Duke and Jamper here. Does seem like they have the Lumberyard and some players nearby. That's Beast and looked like Kipto over there in the distance. Didn't quite catch the full name there, but... Or could it be Kyoto? Yes, does look like it. Shots going off there, so could they have found a Llama potentially?
Llama 210, as Emat's chat would always say, got to keep an eye on that, but somebody who had a really solid back half performance, we were just talking about it, was Duke and Jamper. I mean, they roared up the leaderboard and put themselves just outside of contention, unfortunately falling short in match number 6, but you can expect with those top 5 duos out, they'll get a little bit more room to operate, but also, Monster, don't forget, in Qualifier 1, a lot of these top names who we're used to seeing in NA East didn't make it all the way through the 4th round, with Stretch and Commandant being one of them.
Yeah, a lot of big names just slightly missed the mark. Edgy, not quite making it there. FaZe, Dubs, and Mega, of course, we're not seeing them this time around. And honestly, the list goes on, right? Bizzle's team, Pump's duo, and it just really plays into the narrative and the caliber that NA East players have to offer, and how many household names we have known to grow comfortable and fond of, right? That we've seen appear multiple times in FNCS. And so that just really shows you that on this FNCS stage, anyone can really make it here, but there are so many big names, big profiles, and skilled players. For Clix and Day right now, these are some important battles going on here, very important early engagements, these tags, right? Game 1 in NAE Sundown is always extremely stacked. You can always, you know, put a safe bet, if you will, on the fact that there is going to be a surge active.
Yeah, and a little bit unfortunate there that Clix actually ended up taking a headshot, so we'll be able to find those Clomberries over on the side, but it's not quite going to top him all the way up. You can see he doesn't want to eat into that extra heavy pot just because of how heavy that Storm Surge has been. You've talked about it, and we saw a prime example of it in match number 1 of Qualifier 1 here on Friday, where we still had 90 players up from basically this point up until that 3rd, almost 4th zone was closing, but right now we're going to swing over to, again, might as well cue the circus music because we have everybody landing over at Command Cavern. Though Monster, instead of 5 teams this time, it looks like 3, but that might have just been because a couple of them thinned out.
I was going to say, it doesn't really matter. You're still going to have players come in from the opposite sides as well. So, yes, the early drop is going to be highly contested. I mean, Bank and Elite here, they did it last week or just a couple days ago. They're here returning to do it again. It's contesting this drop. This time around, they are going to get 1 for their troubles, but how consistent can they make it? We saw just on Friday that they were only successful really coming out of game 4 or so. That's where they picked up tons of eliminations, and it, you know, kind of played well into their overall standings, but every other game matters equally as much when we have a 6-game format. There's really not too many opportunities to break away with those big points. For Illist and Jack, I mean, the conversation is the same, right? You have a team like Okus and Knifer, a team that is extremely explosive when they make it out of this drop spot, and they are a team that can convert into elimination and victory royales.
Yeah, this is so tough. I mean, just trying to turn the IO car around. We talked about the removal of the cars and just how valuable it has made getting into one of these. And you can see how they've already noted the 500 plus damage that was taken into that one. They want to swap up and make sure they get this max health car, knowing that there's going to be a ton of teams right around this edge of the zone. And you really can't give people the option to get a beat on you because the players are good enough to where they're going to pop out a tire. They're going to be able to weave those shots in. And
making sure they double as a motorboat here as they're just going to scoot their way along and away from that edge of zone.
Yeah, that's the one really cool thing about Tilted Towers is, of course, those extra vehicles. Makes it that much more unique for Spade and Chimp, though. This is a pick that we had on Friday, one of your faves, and for good reason. A team that's been so consistent last FNCS, picking up a second place, and it's crazy to think that Spade and Chimp managed to do that. Spade, of course, entering into the scene. So I would say somewhat halfway into Fortnite's competitive lifespan, right? Chimp being even newer than that. So these are players that are really just figuring it out, really getting comfortable into the competitive ecosystem, into this atmosphere of playing in high-stakes tournaments. I would say now Chimp's got enough reps under his belt, but hold up. Big name falls here. This is Clix, boxed up now by Scoped and Magnolia. What an unexpected elimination to come through here for Scoped and Magnolia. Not only that, in the box, what was he thinking?
Yeah, and Dave's nowhere near, but we've seen this a couple times before where their buddy system tends to break down a little bit. You're not able to really kind of get it together, and I'm interested to check this replay out and see what happens. And looks like Scoped, he just gets real aggro here with that harpoon, getting the aggression onto him, and Clix isn't able to buy enough defensive time for Day to come over and bail him out. So that's unfortunate. We'll see if Day is able to just kind of creep his way along, maybe find that reboot card. We've talked about the extension time, but with how central they are in zone, I really don't see Scoped and Magnolia going anywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, they're sitting on the base that Clix had up above. I mean, that is the one issue with sitting inside a wood base, right? You had Scope Magnolia say, hey, listen, this looks like a solo up here, just kind of hanging out. He's in wood as well. Let's go for it. And to make the window edit and get hit by a harpoon, oh, so unlucky there, as Clix was essentially predictable by Scope. But for Scented and Cold here, this is more of a Storm Surge positioning, right, and location here, trying to, again, sit up on a strong spot, but it's the same potential problems that we saw with Clix, right? There's a lot of wood being invested here, not necessarily heavy material.
Yeah, but the difference being there's nobody is close enough to approach on them, and they're keeping a defensive eye, whereas not sure what was going on with Clix, but as you mentioned here, as we're going to hop on board here with Creo and Vert right on the outside of Logjam Lumberyard, when you get hit with that harpoon, particularly in a box-to-box situation, it is so disorientating as the player getting hit. Like, you get dragged across the box, and all of a sudden you're like, what, where am I? And it's real easy then for the other player to just take a pickaxe to your wall. You've already recently reset it, and he ends up losing the wall there, particularly if they have a harpoon in its wood and they just push through. But a little bit of an engagement going on here. Chimp and Spade trying to get some shots down as they've pushed up on the hill of the Bugle.
Another fight potentially breaking out here on the other side of the wall, though. It's a new duo entering into the battle. It's Nick and Demon. Right now, Spade playing his distance here. I like the passive play. Trying to force potentially Bucky and company to start looking into this battle and put their shots down as well. We knew that they were off in the distance. It does seem like they've gotten the attention. It's actually Nevify who's put in those extra shots. These are great tags here. And the knock comes through. It is for Chimp, and they do manage to secure the body as well as they pull it back. Backwood falls in the feed, so another fight going down just not too far off from here up at the Sleepy Sound, as these are players that have actually pulled the zone, right? So typically when you have that zone on top of you, Sundown, it kind of changes the dynamic of things. And look, Spade and Chimp taking full advantage of teams that are trying to take fights, because you kind of have to. They're not going to necessarily be rotating around this time. Players are going to have to force these engagements.
That's a really good job to clean up that fight, and as you noted, the zone pulling pretty much on top of the Bugle means if you were a little bit late to rotate, these players already have the positional advantage on you. So now we're going to swing back on over from the northeast side over to the northwest. It's not the Pacific. We're just outside of Sleepy Sound and Shifty Shaft, so we'll see what else is going on over here. I was trying to throw in some more S's for the alliterative practice, but I knew I'd probably fumble them, and I also occasionally whistle my S's, so let's not get into that, as Duke and Jamper need to get into a little bit of something here, Monster. 9 damage below that Storm Surge. You see the warning on the right-hand side. It's 25 damage every 5 seconds to the duos who have done the least amount of damage in the lobby. That will activate as soon as the third zone has closed here, and it will stay on until we're at 70 players left. So currently at 85, it means 8 duos will be under pressure.
Yeah, and I really do respect the effort here from Jamper and Duke, trying to split up their base hold One being down low, other being off to the side here, now being back into the base, working together with one another. They do find some tags, so they're just going to find themselves edging their way above the surge, but with how many players are up, as we know, there is going to be a lot more action. Day does get found there in the feed, and this is going to be a dropped opportunity coming out of game number 1 for Clix and Day. Mine and Vivid's pick, super unfortunate for us with the stakes that are on the line here, but it is what it is. These kind of things do happen, and the pacing difference from a round 3 to a round 4, I mean, we all know is very different. Things start to elevate here in these later stages. But a big fight right now, Sundown.
Yeah, Mikey Key is trying to get on the wall, and immediately Voil and Accept just slam down that armored wall onto the ramp, saying, no, you're not coming through here. But you can see Mikey wants in on this, and they don't want to wait for it. However, Keys unfortunately gets taken out, putting Keys in the wrong lock, but will get a trade out, and they will just barely get above surge. So going to back off, reset, but not a ton of excess utility in the form of heals here.
Yeah, call in the Master Smith because Voil's on the door with Accept here. They know this team's weak, and oh my, they fall at the same exact time. Might have been a 2-for-1 with the shotgun shot because I only heard one shot go off there for Accept. So it does look like they pick up a big chain of eliminations. Now for Polarize and Nico, who are at 3 elims themselves, also finding massive success this early into the game. And a team that's not looking too hot right now is actually Scented and Cold here.
And I mean, Scented, they don't have rifles, and they have no one near them. So I don't know what the solution is here. I'm not sure yet. Boom, they're going to then immediately give the rifle over to Scented so he can try and get some shots. And that's what we were looking for. Luckily, they do have just plenty of shields. But the thing is, once you're dipping into the shields and then not dipping into HP, Chug Splash is the quick things, you're not able to shoot. He can't take the time to open up and actually fire because he has to be consuming the shields. Instead now, they're going to use the Med Miss to try and offset and buy Scented some time to throw out shots, but the shots just keep coming. So does the Storm Surge. He's going to go down. One more tick here is also going to take out Cold, and I mean, he's not even he's not bothering Monster. He's out.
Yeah, big mistake there, not grabbing the minis, unfortunately, under the pressure, right? Incoming shots. And look at this, it's Smite and Larson who come through like vultures to pick up the scraps. And, you know, the story of Smite and Larson versus Scented and Cold does go back to the previous FNCS. That was a team that was, again, explosive on the Sleepy Sound drop and was partly the result of them not performing so well. Tahi, though, slides in the box here onto Leroy, making him look like a kid here. And that's a big elimination for Tahi right now, who also needed just a little bit more tags to get comfortable. Hold up. Big pressure.
You're saying Leroy looked like the kid. I was saying Tahi, man, he looked like the way I used to hit a slip and slide on a Saturday morning in the summer. You know, just throw some soap on that thing, full sprint, hit it. Like, that was fantastic. And the benefit is, too, you end up holding momentum when you're sliding. So the fact that he had a little bit of a cone there, he got just a little bit underneath it. And a player, yeah, holding right hand, they're going to be lining for a headshot. But all of a sudden, if your head is down at knee level, you're not going to be able to pick that one up. But who gets picked up? I hyped him up at the start. Somebody who looked like they might be a big fish in the pond, but instead, Fazo said there's always a bigger fish, and it looks like you need a bigger boat. Brilliant for him there. And we also cross into that first placement threshold and turn off Storm Surge. So lots of little things happening with that round of elims.
You say little, I'm calling these major. These are major developments right now in newer teams, right? The fresh young bucks on scene right now, really getting the highlight here and finding the success, at least coming out of game number 1. This is a great sign for players like Phaser and Ethor right now, who are, again, just healthy enough to go ahead and bounce back into the game. You can see the little material and resource split there, but Hazel's got to be careful. He is exposing himself and still back in the storm line. They're not quite safe just yet. Underneath them, Haji and Suscript. That's a hungry duo right there. Had much more of an HP lead as well. For Spade and Chimp, though, Daily Bugle has really just been a blessing. The zone has continued to favor somewhat of this general side, and they still have a piece of the volcano. And off in the distance, it's really not that far of a stretch here. The southern portion being a little bit more congested as we'd expect, but just looking at the loadout in general here, I mean, Spade and Chimp can honestly ride the momentum of sliding down this mountain into the new zone.
Yeah, though, to be fair, we saw in Qualifier 1, we had a lot of northern zones drop pretty much right on top of Bugle or near to Bugle. This is a very similar rotation to what we had in the first couple games, and they weren't able to put the pieces together. So we'll see if the momentum from the early eliminations and a little bit more room being granted to them in this aspect. You can notice before how unlike on Friday, this area was super congested. They're able to go down. Now we'll get a replay here of Stretch and his fight over on the side. It looks like him and Commodon were able to take advantage of those teams coming late out of the zone and get some pressure onto him. That's Qua and Tabs going down.
Ooh, Tabs G, who also just had found elimination right before that as well, so possibly picking up the additional unwanted attention from a vet team like Stretch and Commandment, who are now putting more shots onto Serbs and Pikes there. These tags are going to be important, though. Notice what they do. They get the tags, which should alleviate anyone from peeking in at them, and then take full advantage to rotate into the zone free of charge. For Derulo and Npen, they have a very smooth sail here. Seems like the wind is definitely favoring them. They're going right in from the backside of zone. A lot of builds in front of them as well to just give them that extra additional coverage here. But, I mean, looking at and judging by the loadout here, does tell us a story of a team that has been struggling with Surge this game. Only 100 above the Surge right now.
Yeah, it seems like they're probably right on that first line going through. You've seen them eat into a lot of their consumables, but they still have some more. Slurfish and a mini in the back pocket right now, hopping back on board. Spade and Chimp 29 below, so that first elim was enough, but since then not active enough with everyone else rotating away. Going to put an armored wall down and then immediately build a metal cone on top, making sure that, hey, they recognize there's a team over there. They're not going to get pushed. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have Keith and his duo. They're currently 96 below. That Storm Surge turns on in 10 seconds. We'll have 5 duos pressured by it. This one will turn off when you see a 50 in the top left corner of the player perspective. You can see these two teams both underneath, right on top of each other. If they don't find rifle shots, they're going to fight, and they're going to fight right now.
Hard to call, though. Spade and Chimp did put down that armored wall, but now they're edging their way down. They have decided, hey, we got to get this team here. They do have this slight height advantage. I like the way it's looking, but the tags are already coming in. Here comes the double splash. This is something that both sides can begin to hear from one another, so they know we both need this fight. We have to commit here, and they take advantage. And a shot's in from the sides as well. They make it look easy, and it is going to be a full refresher for them. It does seem like the sun has set not only in the Fortnite world, but for that duo there, for Keith and company. Hey, they made it this far. They picked up some placements. It's not all over yet. This is just game number 1, and you can see what teams right now are looking really good and starting to break away.
Yeah, one might say it was their sundown of game number 1. Aha.
You hit that. You hit that.
No, that was awful. I'm sorry. I apologize. But like I said, we say easy, but a very well executed fight in their regard, going through there and just showing that the team being a little bit more comfortable with Surge and able to go. On the left-hand side, we have my prediction from all last season, Pamso and Fash. But on the right-hand side, Coop and W Carry, they're trying to get a little busy because 106 below, but with 1 HP, the 25 damage coming through. The Purple Lightning claims another one. Storm Surge will turn off. They were the last duo underneath, and the action does not come down as everyone's trying to rotate and get inside this half in, half out, and get into the cascading placement points. Next duo to drop will miss it. There they go. So now every duo that drops is +1 points, with Edan, his duo, dropping in 26.
Yeah, this is where the eliminations are going to be extremely impactful to your tournament standing right now, especially if you can take out a full team in the process. I'm looking at the players that were at the zone nice and early. There are so many big names alive still in this game. We were highlighting and platforming some of the newer names and newer faces here, like Phazo or OMG Shadow, that we saw still alive, but there's teams like Bucky still up. I saw Scope's team still up. You see Illis off on the peripheral there, still alive as well. These are players that got to this zone first and have been comfortable.
Pretty much max pull south moving zone, though, and we're going across a little bit of a river. Decent change of verticality here. Yes, it's a sloping hill. It's nothing like a massive mountain going through, but a couple of builds on that will make the grid space a little bit awkward, and it's going to be more than a couple. But noticing up on the high ground, Smite and Larson, I mean, if they get back together and straight up win the first game of this qualifier, that's going to be a bit bonkers, because anybody who's been following along, you can know their relationship has been as rocky as the Appalachian, to say the least. But man, do they play well when they're put together. And Surge, no problem for them. 239 right now, but what is a problem is the loadout. I'm seeing no extra utility for Smite. We'll have to see what's in Larson's hands. As the bottom right-hand corner, Magnolia and Scope, they got plenty of room as well. They're on the way front side of the zone. In fact, they're the only ones across the river right now.
Yeah, it's looking great for them here, but it's not looking too high as Bucky falls, Spade falls, Rise falls there in the feed. 3 very notable individuals are all taken out here, this being one of those treacherous rotates right now. Cam is still up, however, though, so there's some solo components that are in play right now. Smite and Larson, one thing I don't think they've ever thought about or considered is their team name just sounds legendary. It's like an iconic duo at this point. They can be that if they can continue to find success here. For threats, though, we talked about Rise falling here. He is by himself. He's got 3 elims, though. He's surviving a little bit right now.
Yeah, Magnolia is not, though, as he's down the right-hand side. So we got 2 solos on the screen. Scope being one, Threats being the other. Scope trying to get on the backside of that wall, but not going to find it. Don't forget, Qualifier 1, game number 1 in a very similar situation. Threats put the pedal to the metal. I was calling Pep saying, get this man a spot on the roster.
Oh, no.
But instead, he blew out his Achilles early there as he gets taken down and cut down, trying to make a jump. We'll hop on over. PSG TNA Oliver OG was on the left-hand side, but instead we'll swing back to the individual effort of Scope trying to find some room up on the high ground. Smite and Larson still just raining shots down from above.
I'm loving Stretch and Commandment's position right now. You have Commandment looking from one angle, Stretch playing a completely different one on the backside. They're trying to dismantle high ground right now, and this is something that Stretch will do. Yes, he will look for these opportunities to try to play for height here, and you know it. He's an exciting, explosive type player, and what's crazy about it is whenever Commandment makes it to this end game, they will perform well, right? They are just about guaranteed to break into that top 5, top 10. They're so consistent when they make it this far, and now that they're looking at second height, I mean, Smite and Larson have a big task in front of them.
Smite and Larson are out of builds. Smite and Larson can't hold height anymore, and you see Commandment just inching his way up, knowing that they're going to have to drop down eventually, and Stretch finds the window, and he goes, and he knows that he's going to be able to cut it out. The ramp above him, he can't keep going up. He's going to be forced down, and 175 to the face. The swap comes through, and Stretch puts Larson down, and he says, my high ground.
And we knew it was going to happen, right? This is a veteran duo we're talking about here. Now Stretch and Commandment have this high ground very, very cleanly done as well as they managed to execute here. For Oliver, OG, and Jeff, though, what a sleeper team. Oliver, OG has made such huge strides in the competitive scene, and it just seems like when he makes it to the final stages, he just performs better and better. His play style, it reflects so well, and alongside Jeff right now, they're definitely making this far. One of the few healthy teams here, actually. Look at how many players are very hurt, except being one of them. Joji being hurt down below. That's your pick.
I was just about to say, Joji, give me a top 10. He's a solo on the backside of the zone, but right now, raining shots down from above, but minimal amount of builds. As you can see, Bobby get picked up on the low ground. Jeff sees him finding another one, that's Bank, but Oliver does go down. We talk about being a fish in a barrel. Well, how about a fish in a box? And no, I don't see Mohammed SR anywhere around here. Instead, it's just Jeff with some fishes. He's swimming with them, hoping to pop one right in the face. Talk about irony, but instead, Commandment finding a shot there. That's their 7th one, and they're just picking up everybody in the backside of the zone, trying to see who else they could get, and they're just going to wait this one out. They see where he is. They got the shot in. They know it's going to tick over, and a brilliant performance here from Commandment. And is that Joji still up on his feet?
It's Jeff. It's Jeff.
Oh, it's Jeff. Okay, I was just about to say, there's no shot. I saw the FS, but the FSJ, second place coming through, but Stretch and Commandment take match 1 with just such a calculated high ground take.
And I mean, there's a reason why I like to call Commandment Mr. Clutch himself in the end there. Stretch and Commandment retake that high ground in what was a brutal face-off against Smite and Larson. What a
Yeah, Smite and Larson, as we saw throughout the game there, they actually had high ground during the half zone, which is the fifth zone, and we've seen it time and time again where teams get way too comfortable, right? They're like, oh, nice, we have high ground now in the fifth zone. We're just going to hold it for the rest of the game. But, like, no, you just simply don't have enough materials to do that, and Smite and Larson never really made a play to get that refresh, and Stretch Commandment way too well aware of that. They were playing that mid-ground for a very long time, just looking up, keeping record of how that team on high ground was doing, and eventually just went ahead and made their move and got 2 eliminations and the high ground and ultimately the victory royale from it.
And we should have known, right? We were talking, what kind of style are Commandment and Stretch going to play? They played mid-ground, then eventually take height. We do see another solid performance, though, out of Larson and Smite. They were able to, hey, just come right back together, put together a good first game. It's not exactly what you want, but ultimately it is the veterans, it's the pros that we all should have picked, right? We should have known that Commandment and Stretch were going to come in here and just do what they do.
Yeah, I mean, that's on the flip side though as well. We saw clicks taken out by Scope super early on. Your pick today, you at MTF's there, Vivid. I mean, I think a lot of the chat as well surprised that a player of that caliber going down so early in, you know, what is a kind of, I think, an uncontested POI as well. But we've got the standings on the leaderboard right now. This is how things are after game 1. We see Commandment and Stretch sitting pretty on 56 points with 1 victory royale, of course, and 8 eliminations, 32 placement points. But we can see a very mixed bag in the top 10. A lot of teams still scoring, Vivid.
Yeah, honestly, and this is an impressive feat from Commandment and Stretch, because honestly, a lot of the times where we see a team get a victory royale, they don't have the most eliminations. Usually there's some player, like we saw in Qualifier 1, Threats had 10 eliminations by himself, right? But like, no, Commandment and Stretch put on such a show that they are all the way at the top and they have the most eliminations by far. So impressive performance from them. But, you know, Jeff and Oliver OG, we were talking them up before the show actually started. They have been doing very, very well. Oliver OG, been a part of the community for a very long time, so it's great to see him having a great performance in game number 1.
Then we see Smite and Larson topping off the second page. You know, the little comeback story of these two getting back together. Illis and Jack right behind them. Pamstu and Fatch talking paper. A lot of the who's who in Fortnite hanging around after that first game. And like you mentioned, Vivid, no one really took over and just had a ton of eliminations. They're pretty well spread out throughout the leaderboard. And that's interesting. Yeah. Normally we see one team just have that big pop-off, but not in game 1, boys.
Yeah, not well. I mean, we saw Commandment and Stretch there, who I think we can all agree are a fun duo to watch. And Stretch, we've seen them time and time again, as I mentioned earlier in the show, qualify for getting into this exact same position. We can see some stats on the screen right now, what separates them from the rest. Which stat particularly jumps out at you here, Vivid? Like, you know, you can see average placement 16, eliminations, you know, almost 3, but boy, what a team, what a team.
Honestly, it's going to be the average placement, and it's not going to be for the reason that you would think, right? The average placement in round number 3 was actually pretty bad, but I mentioned it in the pre-show. It's like they're like an all-in team sort of thing, right? If they get to that end game, they're going to do well. But a lot of the games, they do go down early on. As you can see right there, I told you, if they find themselves in that end game, you're going to see that top 5 come out. And the victory route works out here very, very well because they see that opportunity for the high ground and they take it. They are well-vetted players who, you know, they've had Sentin on their team before. They know the low ground. They've had, you know, Stretch played with Zate way back in the day. He knows the high ground. So all of those play styles he knows, and he's incorporating it into any of these end games.
Yeah, it's the perfect combination. Literally just playing whatever you're given. And now we've seen this team already win the first match. I'm going to expect them to continue rolling. You know, hinted at the solo clutches by both Commandment and Stretch. Hey, we might see a couple of those coming here soon, Adam.
Yeah, we might do, you know, indeed. I remember those days of the Zate, Saf, and Stretch days, the Commandment and Edgy days. I mean, that's the great thing about these players. As you mentioned, there is a legacy there now as well, with, you know, having played in trios, one of the top players. Do you think, Vivid, it makes a big difference? Obviously, you being, you know, an ex-pro in this scene as well. Does it make a big difference when you're playing with multiple different, you know, duos or trios or different kind of players that have succeeded so well in other areas in the game previously? How much does that give you in terms of like new knowledge, new intel, new strats when it comes to defining how you're going to play as a duo when you eventually form together?
Oh, it plays all the difference because you take all this information that one player has gathered from previous duos, previous experiences, previous tournaments, and you kind of just feed that information into your new duos because you want to do the best you possibly can. So the more players you kind of play with, especially those at the top, the more knowledge you will have ultimately.
Yeah, it's all about the knowledge, isn't it, boys? It's all about the intelligence, the knowledge. Game 2 is ready to rock and roll. Let's head back over to MDF and Sundown to bring us all the action. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SVG. And it's all about the intelligence and knowledge. And to bring all that, well, I'm here, but Monster's got basically the rest.
Hey, man, you saw what happened there in that game number 1. I think round 3 for Stretch and Commandment there was nothing but a warm-up in that first game. They have already, honestly, almost doubled their best game performance coming out of round 3, which just happened, guys. Today's a very demanding day for our competitors. They're competing and then coming right in. So if you did good in round 3, I mean, you can expect players to do just a little bit better and probably be more fired up now. And that's kind of what we're seeing here as teams are coming online. Sundown, I mean, that first page, super surprising. A lot of new teams up there making a kind of a headline, making a shakeup here.
Yeah, I mean, Stretch and Commandment, you expect to be up there. Everyone talked about our predictions not doing that well, but let me remind you, Joji and Rokane sitting right there still on the first page. But enough about me boasting. Let's hop right in to game number 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Game number 2 and what has been already a very exciting FNCS. Of course, we're going to start taking the world here. We already know that there have been some upsets, right? We saw last game, Scoped finding the elimination onto Clicks really early. And when you saw that standing, when you looked at the leaderboards, it was a telling story. They had 12 points off of placement, but only a single elimination. So honestly, a little consistent, but not necessarily Elam heavy. What will unfold here? It does look like Swirl and the Oxy decide to come against Rising Threats, and they shut them down quickly there as the pistol play was a little bit better from Aox, and he ends up winning this exchange. Another big fight here for Figod and Squish as well. What an explosive start here for game number 2.
Yeah, we talk about weapons that are strong immediately off the rip, and a lot of people don't immediately credit the pistol, but with the rate of fire, the fact that it has a 2x headshot multiplier, if you dink a headshot right off of the start, that's half of somebody's health. Nobody has shields off of the bat, and because you're able to just rip those shots out there, yes, the drum was super effective, but out of a 1v2 situation, the pistol is actually slightly better from that range. They were about 3 tiles out from each other, and he was able to hit the shots. I think there was some support from the AR as well, but very hectic fight going down, and unfortunately for Threats and Rise, they're going to have a lot to think about here going into match number 3, because they're going to be waiting for the 30 minutes, but the drop down immediately, and Silent living up to his name. That was sneaky.
Very sneaky onto Creo, and Vert here and Wrote. Vert had a top 10 finish just coming out of the Qualifier 3. Silent and Jivy, though, this is a team that has really been making a lot of noise here, contradictory to the name Silent. You know, listen, they've been popping off, man, making their own little statements here. I mean, think about the fact that Jivy, who is a content creator, has also just stepped into this competitive limelight, right, and have really put that pedal to the metal. And when you look at the players that qualified to today, there were so many names that we'd have expected to see here making it this far, but it's names like Jivy that are coming up in here and honestly throwing a spanner in the works, putting his name in this conversation and showing like, hey, we're playing hard, and we're here to pop off.
Yeah, but one thing to note too, when you talk about content creator versus competitive player, I've been a big advocate for a very long time that even some of the best content from the quote-unquote content creators is watching them play competitive play. You look at Cypher, you look at Nick A30, you look at Typical Gamer, Noah W, Ranger, Ninja even. Like all of these guys, when you go and look at their videos, the ones that do the best are when they're playing in these tournaments. People want to see these guys trying to play up against the best of the best and how they match up. And you go back to even just the World Cup days when you look at the people who were almost instant celebrities overnight, and it was the ones who were turning on their cameras, right? It was Tfue live streaming his qualifier run. It was Benji turning his camera on for every single one. It was Bizzle doing the no weapons challenge to try and qualify in his 10th week, right? So it ends up being just a massive boon, and it's no surprise to see some of those switches coming over, but back in the action over here, P-God just showing how good that drum shotgun can be early on.
Yeah, definitely not going against the pistol like we saw, unfortunately, for Threats and Rise there. But let's take a look at Clicks and Day. Let's really look at this positioning that they found themselves in. Okay, so they have the Joneses to themselves. It does seem like they did a great job looting it out, and there's no one in near sight for users. And Skittles here on the other side, though, they've taken up Degen and Iamzo's drop spot here at the Command Cavern, taking the topmost position of it. But they're playing it differently than Degen and Iamzo. They have come down into the fray to come fight inside the Command Cavern. What do you think about this play here? This is risky.
I mean, it's risky, but they're just going to look over on the side and they'll see Jivvy get taken down. But immediately on their 6, they need to get going because rat-tat-tat-tat go the guns from the opponents. And you'll see them investing a solid amount of brick here, which is a little bit dangerous. Yes, there is a decent amount of brick around after you've gotten kind of that first farm out, but you can anticipate that most of that will end up getting picked up. So they should be able to double back in. Hitting these rocks is super efficient. They're like 140 if you break all the way down. It's like nearly like plus 25 per swing. So it's not that bad. But you can see they're trying to create space because they recognize, hey, we're in kind of an awkward position. Getting out of here could be tough.
Yeah, and at this point, Yuz is just building against any potential threat here, not taking any risk. I like to see how it ends up working out for them. On the other side, though, Clix has decided to come back in for a fight. Is this a little bit of revenge? What a fight we have going down here. It's Scoped and Magnolia. This time around, Clix not being caught off guard. He has his teammate working with him. Day on the other side of this wall here. He does have Magnolia being boxed out for a little bit, but Scoped comes around the side there and bodies Clix for a second time now today. Not before, of course, taking big punishment here. Day doesn't even want to pause down and heal. He's going straight forward. This is so risky.
Yeah, he knows that the opponent is weak. Clix is calling out his tags. He said, I did at least 200 damage to him. Come on, he must have gone down. No siphon going through either, but the shield keg, every second that ticks, is giving him HP back. And Scoped is going to be able to find the angle. Day doesn't cover his 6 for the second time going through. And now a 1v2 where he had the advantage. Look, almost no white HP at all of Magnolia and Scoped. I mean, barely a sliver between the two of them, but they're going to be able to get the siphon, the much needed HP. Going over to Scoped, they'll get all of the utility from Clix as well. So now what was a close 1v2 is now a very far 1v2. And I mean, Day, he has the weaponry to be able to do it. Yes, the striker in the common variant isn't that strong, but if anybody could win that fight, it's still him. And Magnolia still not a great percentage, but Day gets caught looking again.
What a fight as Scoped and Magnolia come out on top for a second time now, this time getting both of the eliminations. I can see the chat now. That was an exciting battle for the FNCS fans here today. You know, honestly, I did not expect them to go head-to-head clash again. And we could just take a look one more time. Scope just comes out with a double edit there. He was ready and armed. And he didn't miss a shot, most importantly, which is, I mean, that's like the Scope special at this point, right? You know what he's going to do with the SMG at close quarter.
I mean, if he drops a shot, they probably don't win that. Like, Scoped was on 2 HP, Magnolia was on 11. Like, Day was getting ready to go. But unfortunately for Clix today, that seems to be the story with them. In each one of their inconsistent games, the ones where they're not able to quite put it all together, they aren't fighting hip to hip. They are so good, but they don't quite execute that pincer maneuver that you see from Hen and Queasy as well. They get a little bit, I don't want to say like over anxious or overconfident because it's not quite that. They just get a little bit too separated, right? And they're not able to kind of get that same pinch at the same moment. And then what happens when you have somebody who's as good as Scoped, right? He's going to be able to find the window. He's going to find the opportunity to jump on it. We saw it in round 1, and now, or we saw it in match 1. Now we're seeing it here in match 2. And if I'm Clix and Day, it seems like there's just little mistakes that you can clean up, right? You go back and you VOD review them, and it's just like, let's stay hip to hip when we're fighting, and we win those fights.
Yeah, and let's not forget Friday, the surrounding opponents were, you know, much lower caliber players, newer players. This time around, you had some vets in your immediate area, right? Those are not easy fights, and you're watching how close those fights can go. I mean, it really could have gone to either way. You saw how low one another got each other. But for Nick and Demon, I mean, these are players that have been here before. Nick just holding defense right now for Sin and Tenley. They're trying to determine the pace of this pushing in. They've already exhausted a fair amount of resources into this. Here comes the initiation. Once he gets the health up, here it is. Tenley goes for the wall. There is an opponent right behind it. Let's see if the punishment shot comes in. He goes for the wall block first. I like that play. It was smart, but he still gets punished.
Storm ticking. Time passing, but right now nobody's looking like they're moving. Medkit, 3 medkits on the side from Nick, and honestly a little bit of an early use there if they are going to be forced out. Each one of those seconds could end up mattering, and lost a decent amount of time. You can see one of these teams is going to be forced to rotate eventually, but with Floppers on one side, Medkit on the other, they're probably just trying to make the opponent blink. You got another Medkit here onto Sin, so nobody is really feeling the urgency quite yet. It's still just the 1-tick HP zone, so they got a little bit of time.
You have a little bit of time, but of course the clock is ticking here. More time you waste, the more you start to offset your chances at finding success leaning into the mid and end game, of course. This battle, though, has really gone on long enough. At this point, it just seems like a matter of ego. You've committed all of this. You want the resources and the gains from it. And Tenley is going to be the first to fall from this deadly exchange. Demon and Nick hold defensively down low. They get the benefits of the loot that is going to fall here, and it's going to buy them much more time. And now they turn things around. They're going straight on up for Sin. They know exactly where he is. This is fresh metal wall. He tries to get the med kit off, and he does not. This is huge for Nick and Demon, who want those resources, want that med kit, and they get to double up here and now get 2 elims for the trouble Sundown. That's an ideal situation for them, as they weren't even the ones really pushing the fight.
No, they were just hanging out, and now they get to hang out with 6 more points to the name. We should be closing in a little bit. No, I lied. We still have 6 more duos to go down before that first placement point coming through. So some solo riders around here as we hop back on board here. Svented, 33 FE, aka Cold, trying to find some space on the northwest side of the map here, on the pillar just north of Shifty Shafts, and nobody really anywhere close to them. If they take a northern line, they should be fine, but right now trying to rain some shots down, making sure they're okay on Storm Surge.
Gotta find the tags here. They're so far from the action, though. Little do they know, not a soul in sight around the Shifty Shafts right now. Everyone's done rotated. Boxes in the distance here, already vacant and unhoused. They do have a vehicle, though, so they should be fine as they start moving into the next zone. For Oliver OG and Jeff, who are currently holding this second place right now, it does seem like they've managed to rip a player's shields up just here. Tons of players opposite setup setting here over at the Sanctuary. We go from the snow down to the green biomes here, and there are tons of players out here pretty much having a little run in the sun.
And right now you can see that Storm Surge warning popping up on the right-hand side. Just 4 above, now 2 below. It will turn on in the next 90 seconds. And taking a peek, both our first and second place team, first on the right-hand side, second on the left-hand side, currently 22 and 17 below. You need a quick little refresher. Storm Surge, 25 damage every 5 seconds, turns on 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone, and will turn off when we have 70, 50, and 30 players in that order. So right now, with 81 players still up on their feet, upwards of 6 duos, or the solo running around, could be taking the damage, and you can see Commandment and Stretch on the right-hand side have just managed to get themselves above, whereas Jeff and Oliver are trying to rotate in and then start taking shots. So now they have a minute to find 64 damage, and that number keeps ticking.
Now, I like what Oliver and Jeff have managed to do, right? Rotate safely to the zone. So now they're in here, and they have decision and options to make. There's a team above them, a team to their left, and a team to their right, and then, of course, they can look outside the zone for any late rotators. Now, in the distance, there is a player there, but it's going to come down to these shots here. This is really a tournament opportunity right here in front of them to keep themselves in the game free of charge. Can they find some tags? They do find a little bit there. Actually, both of them do. That's huge for Jeff and Oliver. It puts them right where they need to be, and that's how important finding those tags are right there.
Yeah, just barely above, but Braid's trying to get himself up above as well. He's going to eat the clomberries. He's going to eat anything he can find in there when it comes to some kind of excess utility, because a 246, that's not a small number. That's not really a number you're going to be able to rifle out. You're going to have to dive into a box, and their closest target seems to be Joji and Rokane, and here they go. Slip, slide, and duck, and dive in, but what goes on the right-hand side, you can see Blair and Zax, they're also trying to push. They're able to get themselves above. My eyes are pinned to the left-hand side because my prediction there is on the defensive side of it, and they rip Leroy to shreds. They're going to back off immediately because once they get those shots down, they know if Storm Surge turns on, that's their elimination. So Leroy and Braze are going to be forced back. They're going to be forced to heal and burn their utility. They're going to get one more shot at this. Joji and Rokane, they're going to do the exact same thing, knowing that as long as they're able to get any form of tag, they'll be good. But also in the top left-hand corner, somebody who had a fantastic qualifier one, Empen and D-Roller just on the outside looking into the top 5. They've been taken down, but on the outside looking in, Braze and Leroy trying to get on the wall, and instead Rokane says, surprise, that one's mine, and takes them down. Well done to FS Joji and 33 Rokane.
Not only that, it jumps them up 3 more placement points there. Now in 6th place. They were just in 9th before getting pushed, and that is how important finding those 6 points worth of eliminations can be. You can jump around the other side, survive their surge.
What a turn.
No problem. Yeah, looking clean, right? The movement, know what they're doing out here. A lot of fights happening here on the Fortnite world, all across the map, on and of course off camera.
It looks like getting a peek in. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed with the driving skills, but they also hung around the open there for a little bit too long, and just enjoyed the nice little whip around. As we'll take a peek into some of the other action we missed as the Storm Surge is going down. This is Donnie and Macwood, and Donnie jumping in. Looks like Macwood might be able to then pick it up after the fact, but Donnie got taken down. Macwood tried to expand the space and tries to hold off a 1v2, but Cone going in. That's tough.
Yeah, and they did get themselves above the surge, so that was one of those fights they had to pressure in on and push. P-God falls victim, and they get traded out shortly after. These kind of things do happen. Let's take a look here at Sensitive and Cold, who have only managed to pick up 3 points in the tournament so far, and that is off the backs of their first elimination here and
in
now.
this game, yeah.
Game number 2. So a rough start for the veterans.
We were also just talking about where they were boxed up and how no one was anywhere near them, and I love how immediately then we flip back and they are just smack center in the zone. Yeah, they could not be any more center. So we swing on over. The mostly French-Canadian duo, Pam Stow, Fatch, looking for a little bit of room, looking for a little bit of space, trying to spray some shots down. That's currently the second place duo, who's under a lot of fire, and Oliver OG from each side not able to cover it. The Shield Cake tries to do its best, but the bullets just rip through the walls like the paper. Voyle gets one, Coop gets the other, and they go down.
Like a match to the paper. That is a burning situation right there. So unfortunate for Oliver OG. And Jeff, they made it so far, and they get cut down. This is really going to play well for the rest of the standings, for the rest of the leaderboard, right? That's a placement that's going to start to open up here. And as we all know, the more consistent the top teams begin and continue to hold out, the more likely they are to lock in that number, lock in that placement for finals. Commandment and strategy, they stay consistent. They pick up another big game that could be enough to allow them to coast through the rest of the tournament, but we still have a game in front of us, of course.
And 4 more after that. Like, we got plenty of time. But so one thing, because it is a 6-game series, looking at the cutoff for top 5, that basically means like 4 solid games puts you in.
Yeah.
Three, if you have really, really good games, like you can kind of afford to drop 3 games. But as soon as you drop more than 1 or 2 games, the pressure starts to get on. So these first couple of games, if you're able to really put together solid performances, and so far Stretch and Commandment are the ones who are in that opportunity, Joji and Rokane a little bit as well, but not quite as much, where 2 good games right off of the start, you look at the leaderboard and you're like, huh, there's a little bit of the gap between 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and maybe 5th, 6th, and 7th. And as long as you maintain that gap, then you look in the 3rd game, you're like, oh, hey, that gap is still there. You can kind of start to enter the tournament management mode. I mean, for Joji and Rokane, 5-14 above, they don't need to poke out for the rest of the game. They can just play for end, which is where they are most comfortable.
Yeah, and the number we're talking about, guys, is right on the right above the map. That number is so important. It just tells us who has gotten a lot of damage in the game and who has not. If you are below a certain threshold because of how many players are alive, you will begin to take damage when that zone closes. So in 30 seconds, if you are below, you have a lot of pressure to start fighting your way up to the top as the lobby begins to cut down. And right now, I mean, teams that need a lot of tags are like Jamper and Duke down in the bottom right, and of course on top, Nico and Polarize, who are inside the top 10 currently. And look at this, it does look like Femboy Bobby is gonna fall, unfortunately, leaving Plurelli by himself. That's a huge tag there. It's gonna keep him in the game for a little bit, but as a solo, how much can you do? How long can you last? It's not looking great for Ellie here, who's on the run now.
Yeah, trying to put a little bit of space in the bottom left-hand corner. You can see, though, in the top, that warning signal, that Storm Surge turning on. Nico and Polarize top of the screen, 35 points, currently sitting in 7th, but 151 below. That's not something you can really get by rifling unless you get a fantastic beat on somebody. They're looking above to potentially drop him down. Plur Riley makes a great effort of it in the bottom left-hand corner, but unfortunately going to get cleaned up In the bottom right-hand corner, Jamper and Duke, they're actually back below, but plenty, and I mean plenty of excess heal, plenty of chug splashes. They'll default to those first, as it is AoE, but they're going to keep looking. Bottom left-hand corner, my prediction, Joji Rokane, 319 above there, still chilling, Monster.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. 319 damage above is pretty far ahead, and that should give them so much more cushion than the rest of the lobby, especially as players start to fall and the numbers begin to move around a little bit. For Nico and Polarized, though, it's the opposite story. They're low. Someone gets in the box here. Polarized does land right inside here, but that makes it a 2v1 situation of the defense. The cones coming down from down low. It's Jack and Illis who managed to slip their way back out. And yes, they may have found some tags, but it doesn't look like it's a lot. Polarized gets focused, and now Nico's by himself here, just 30 damage below. Can he get one more tag to keep him alive right now? The clock is ticking. He's beginning to run out. Even that down body would be enough, but no. Armored walls shut that down. Things slow down. He manages to catch a moment as finally the surge threshold gets cut down below 50 players, and Nico stays alive for a little bit longer. Remember, 7th place for Nico and Polarized, and Nico now has to play this one out by himself.
Yeah, but Commandment and Stretch still sitting pretty, able to pick up an elim there. 50 players left, like you said, 27 duos, so 5 solo riders hanging out there, and we're not into those cascading placement points yet, so still 2 duos will miss out on those points, and then every duo that drops in the top 25 will be an additional +1, so we're into the +3. Eyes on the right-hand side, so we have Joji and Rokane trying to find a little bit of room. They are not necessarily in the most priority position. They got a little bit of room to work with, but as you can see, we're going northwest across the river, under the bridge. It's not Grandmother's house, it's the 6th zone and the start of the end game as we get into the full moving.
Shadow and OMG Me Too right at the front side of that zone. Larson on the side there, housed up just above Commandment and Stretch. We're going to end up using a launch pad here. I like that commitment right now. Scented in the feed, however, finds Sphinx. Those are more points that Scented and company did need to catch up. Larson's going to fall there, so big names falling once again now as Tabs G is on fire here in the endgame, but Commandment and Stretch are the story. These are the players we want to follow right now. They're in the lead. They're trying to continue to break it open here and get far in the head of the competition right now. So far, so good. So much time for them to work with here.
Yeah, but they need to beware of that Storm Surge number. They were below before we started and were able to just get themselves back above with that about face towards the end of the zone. Somebody who is way below as a solo can see, not sure if they're going to be able to get back aboard. As we swing back on over, Commandment looks like he took heaps of damage there. Scope picks up Bezo in the feed. You can see players just dropping left and right. Storm Surge is going to turn on to help out just a wee bit more here as the players continue trying to rotate. Joji and Roke in the bottom right-hand corner are looking for elims on the backside of the zone, but they're not quite finding any of the confirmations despite them getting the space. They think about stopping for the supply drop, but they're not going to. In the top right-hand corner, Commandment sticking a medkit right now to just get back up on the HP. And the high ground is madness as Duke and Jamper just slapping players down.
Yeah, after a challenging game number 1, Duke and Jamper do manage to find themselves on high ground now with 3 eliminations, trying to make this a big game, and there are so many more opportunities available in front of them. They have gone from just outside the top 25 to now within the top 20, trying to break to the top 10 for Scoped and Magnolia, though. They have done exceptionally well, and they picked up so many eliminations this game here, now sitting at 6, and they're edging their way to this second height here. They're eyeing up Duke and Jamper. They don't want to just allow them to walk to a free victory. On the low ground, though, your pick, Joji and Rokane, have rocketed their way up to 2nd place, being some of the most consistent we've seen so far, of course, alongside Commandment and Stretch, who are still bulldozing their way through the builds.
Yeah, another one for Commandment and Stretch there in the bottom right-hand corner. Now as we turn over to the wide, we see where everyone is positioned. Joji and Rokane still on the backside of the zone, but Scare Bear scares Joji there, one-shots him towards the back. Commandment looking for a little bit of room as Stretch gets taken down. Rokane gets cleaned up. That's a 5th place finish for them, but you can see Cold also going down as Duke and Jamper are completely uncontested on the high ground. You have Voil and Accept 2 layers below them. Commandment gets cleaned up. He's going to go down in 12th, so that's 1st and 2nd being cleaned out. And Monster, that means we got a little bit of a shooting. Nobody quite in that top 5 is going to have the repeat performance, and Scoped and Magnolia are trying to put pedal to the metal. They're up to 3rd, 6 elims in the back, a top 10 performance
performance, and there's no slowing down yet.
Yeah, it's realistically Scoped and Magnolia can definitely jump up here with a couple more eliminations and just a few more placement points in front of them. But Illis and Jack also want that title. They also want that positioning. They can get it here too. There's a player behind them though. A little opportunity there. Shots come in, but it's not going to be enough. And in they go. That's 3 more points plus the placement points as it starts to add up. But Tabs G, the man of the hour, solo dolo, takes out Chimp on the low ground here. And he's continuing to work his way through. Now out of builds. Looks like height still continuing to be held here by Duke and Jamper. Very nicely done. They've managed to continue to rack up elims as well. Now up to 5.
They got a reset on Voil and Accept, who were the only ones even remotely close to trying to challenge him. You can see there how Accept is just trying to lick his wounds to get back in fighting shape to play out the rest of this end game. But Scoped and Magnolia with no builds and control of the high ground, they're just dropping down, trying to get whatever refreshes they can. One goes over to them. They'll get the builds, but it didn't look like any went over to Scope. They'll just get the 15 from the reset and looking for room. Accept ends up finding Crispy. Jamper gets another one. That's Skittles going down. We're closing in on our top 5 with Tabs G making it as a solo as Jamper gets the return onto Scoped.
That's a big elimination there. Scoped, of course, wanted a little bit more placement points to break into that second and first place spot, but Duke and Jemper are not having it. Magnolia, however, is still alive here. There's so much points on the line. That's already 3 if he can get the finish. Can he actually catch Tabs G2, who is also a solo? This is worth so much points right here because of the placement as well that is on the line right now. But Tabs holding on to dear life here with the med miss spray. Just a couple more seconds separate him. He sees Illis and he gets him as well. And then traded out by Magnolia there, who in the end will get just a little bit more placements. 3 more elimination points, of course. And now has the biggest challenge of his evening right now. It's a 2v1 situation against Jamper and Duke, who have picked up 8 elims. What a game for them to jump back into this battle right now.
And they want to make it 9 here. They're dropping down. We talked about their ability in Qualifier 1 to just have a late game performance, but we've seen them controlling high ground in back-to-back games. But Magnolia's trying to give them a little bit of a run around, trying to give them the fakie, but there's so much time, and you can only really equalize, not gain Storm HP. He's sprinting around, trying to find something to heal off of, praying for Frops, playing for anything, but Duke, despite going down and Magnolia going down, Duke and Jamper will clean up match number 2 here.
Duke and Jamper come in with an exceptional performance there in the end. You love to see it. After what was a comeback story for Duke and Jamper, they take that high ground and they coast their way through the end game, but they fought for it. Look at how many points they picked up. 8 eliminations then. Of course, the victory royale in the end there with a clean win for them. Jamper and Duke take game number 2.
Yeah, but also shout out to Magnolia being able to pick up a bunch of the eliminations in the zone, ultimately getting the 2nd place, and then also denying the elimination point over. It might look like just the smallest of thing, but that's 3 less points that they're going to be able to add to the total, and at the end of the day, it's going to be pretty positive, and we'll see how it impacts the leaderboard as we kick it on over to Adam, Vivid, and SPG.
Thank you, guys. Speaking of leaderboards as well, my team, Jamper and Duke there, coming 1st place. Yes, Vivid! Yours didn't do so well, but hey, we're used to that by now. This is kind of a trend here on FNTS. Dude, honestly, Clicks and Day, no one kind of saw it coming, but Scoped again, back-to-back on Clicks and Day. This is big. I mean, Scope, what is separated? I mean, we've got Jamper and Duke on screen first. Let's talk about these guys. Obviously, one interesting thing about Duke and Jamper there, they managed to kind of utilize the high ground at a point, and that's the great thing. They went into that high ground, not too many eliminations. I think they had maybe 1 going into that, but then knowing as the players started to kind of come closer and closer to them, dominated that high ground and made sure to utilize it, and I think ended up with 8 or 9 eliminations at the end of it. Just played it perfectly.
Yeah, well done by Duke and Jamper for sure. We saw in that mid game there, they did actually have a vehicle, so that vehicle playing a part in how they had so many mats coming into this end game, and then also when they had that high ground going up to it, they had 3 total eliminations, so the refreshes were definitely there for them. But to speak about, Clicks and Day going down the Scoped to Magnolia, I think Scoped and Magnolia are just playing way too well. We saw Magnolia in the end game there, picking up that 2nd place with that solo clutch. But man, let me tell you something. We're highlighting these teams, but Tabs G also impressing me for sure. And he's going to be putting his team all the way up to 6th place with his very own solo clutch. But SPG, Commandment and Stretch still at the top with 77 points.
Yeah, they had another great match right there. Not getting all the way into the top 10. I believe they fell in 13th. Picking up a couple of elims, holding down that 1st place. But Sundown highlighted it. Magnolia was able to make a really nice play there. He was able to stay alive as a solo, just like we saw him and Tab sneaking around. That was some great solo clutches. And ultimately, that's going to put them up into second place. This play right here is what I think was the difference. They had no mats right now. Then Magnolia grabs them all, goes and makes a solo play, and is able to get a couple of elims and sustain just long enough. Those couple of elims along with the med miss plays are so huge because that could have been 4th, 5th place. Now he's able to get second.
Yeah, it's interesting as well to see the top 10 standings here right now. And you can see that some of those teams that had a terrible first game have catapulted their way up into the top 10 now. Obviously, I'll focus on Jamper and Duke again there. Had 0 points after the first game. Now 56 points from one game with the victory royale and the 8 eliminations there. Not to mention the 32 placement points for the victory royale as well. We can see users that got in there as well. Joji and Rokane, of course, as well. We saw them on. They had a couple of good games, actually, relatively okay. 50 points as well. There's a lot of teams there, but still, it is very tight after 2 games with it.
Yeah, for sure. Jamper and Duke, 56 points. After, not getting any in the first game. And that just kind of proves to show why, teams like Clicks and Day, who have gotten 0 points over these first 2 games, why they still have a chance at this. Because, there is so many points to gather up. 32 points for Victory Royale, and then obviously 3 points per elimination. But SPG, if you're Clicks and Day right now, you're coming off of a hot round 3, right? Where you stomped out the competition, highest average elims, you're doing very, very well. And then the first 2 games, you're shut down by a team laning near you. What do you kind of do to switch it up?
And you just have to calm down and understand that it's not over. A lot of times you try and make these desperate changes to do something, but ultimately it looks like they're trying to take these fights against Scoped and Magnolia, or Scoped and Magnolia are forcing the fights. Just make a little earlier of a rotate. Push your way out of there. You don't have to fight them off because they're not landing right on top of one another. You can make a rotate, grab some mats, or even make a little bit of a rotate to a hill, get tags early so that team just can't even think about pushing you.
Yeah, that's right. One thing is interesting as well. At the beginning of the show, in the pre-show, we saw Jamper there talking about ego as well. As you mentioned, guys, we've got Clicks and Day there, back-to-back kind of losses in the first 2 games. This is when their ego needs to take a back seat and they just play the game, do their thing, and try and just get past this kind of first kind of phase and try and get placement points, eliminations down the line. Because if they let ego get in the way and try to go one-on-one them and try and win that and focus on that, I don't think they're going to get too far because, hey, let's see what happened in the first 2 games, We have loads more coming away. Game 3 is round the corner, so let's go back to Sundown MDF to bring us all the action. What's going to happen in Game 3?
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And I don't know if I agree, Monster. If I'm Clicks and Day, I want more ego. I want more pushing. I want to see them go pedal to the metal and just fly at these guys, because when they think they're the best and there's no hesitation, they win those fights.
That's what happened on Friday. Coming out of Game 5 and 6, we really saw them turn on the gas pedal because they knew they had to make it that much further. They had to push it that much further, and they do perform well typically under that type of mental setting that they put themselves in. But what we're seeing the difference is this time around, Scoped and Magnolia, they're just playing great today, right? And what can you do when you're going against a team that is really feeling it? You're going to have those close engagements. Those weren't just like steamroll elims by any means. Like Scope edged out like this much. Like we're talking 2 HP difference, right? It can be that close here, but game number 3 is ready, Sundown. Let's just get into it.
Halfway points coming in, a third of the way through the competition, and we'll get a good little look at the leaderboard so far. Stretch Commandment have looked pretty solid. Duke and Jamper made a great case in match number 2. We've had some consistency out of Joji and Rokane, but nobody really running away with it. Still plenty to be taken. And Monster, with a west to east bus path, we'll have some interesting shenanigans going on at Command Cavern. I anticipate those fights will resolve very, very, very quickly. And as I say that, you can already see Creo, Smite, Silent, all in the feed.
Yeah. That's the Command Cavern battle going down there. Macwood also taken out as well. Seems like he might have been clapped out the sky too. And here's a repeat performance as Threats just gets taken out, this time to the hands of a shotgun on the other side. But a great defensive maneuver there by Rise to put a big tag there. Tries to put the all in one down onto Aoxy, but it's not going to be enough there. Swirl and Aoxy come out on top once again. So after what was honestly almost last place performance by Aoxy, they come back game 2, jump up to 23rd, not bad. And if they can do another leap on up, they'll be in the bubble for discussion of a top 5 performance by the end of this all, but that's an unfortunate start for Threats and Rise.
Yeah, Polarize and Nico finishing off a Creo invert there as well. We'll be able to find that one. Zeke's looking for Nyx in the corner. Blar's going to give him some assistance over on the side. Polarize finishes off Creo, and that duo is going to go down. And much faster paced game here is already down to 42 duos, 83 players, with just barely a minute off of the first Stormfall.
Yeah, and that's kind of the determining factor, guys, of the battle bus, right? When the battle bus goes in a different direction, you can see that those highly contested areas, they're going to play out a lot faster. It's really going to change the dynamic of the game and the pacing of the early game. Can't really, I guess, predict that sometimes. The highlight, though, if you were wondering how Threats went down, there it is. He touchdowns and tries to go through that first door. Gets called out. Scope is going to find a llama, and it's these little things you can see, guys, that are really coming together for Scope and Magnolia. Off to a hot streak, a hot start, and now a llama that's going to save them so much time, Sundown.
Yeah, not having to invest the time in order to farm all of that metal, the excess brick, and just being able to split makes you look into that. It very much allows you to min-max, rotate earlier, or go take some fights with the excess utility you have right off of the start. Speaking of excess utility, Polarize sitting on 2 eliminations, Chug Splash Medkit in his inventory, plenty of weaponry here too to take this close quarters fight. You can see he's been able to back off Elite, but Nico desperate for HP, so that one Chug Splash is going to go down right away, and Elite and Bank are going to take the time to just get out of dodge.
I am very impressed with Polarize and Nico and Bank and Elite because of how consistent they've managed to be in these first 3 games here. In 8th place for Nico and Polarize, Bank and Elite, who just skated out of there in 11th. So much better than their first qualifier attempts, where they ended, around 30 or 40th place, just really not doing too hot. For Haji and Suscript, who also made a bit of an endgame splash just a round to go. It's now fending off their drop spot here, just outside the Greasy Grove. You can see they've caught Slurks. Want to play for the full damage. Nicely done.
Right now we need a replay here, and
yeah,
Haji just sneaking in that sniper shot. I mean, we talk about snipers like they're out of the game, but you just tend to see players not opt into them because that one-shot headshot potential or the one-shot down potential is no longer there. And I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with that, because you still get the opportunities to find these sneak shots. And in a pinch, a sniper headshot in a meta where so many players are just kind of hanging out up top with those scope burst rifles, or absolute worst case, the MKs, and you're able to just kind of rain those shots in.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm with you on that. I personally I still think there's so much effectiveness and usage that can come out of the sniper. But, I mean, you're right. When you really just weigh your options, I mean, you also need all the heals you can get, right? We're talking duos versus what was in the past a trios type of setting where you have a little more flexibility with your material and, of course, what you can carry. So the meta surely right now, I think, is burst rifle, followed by, this is a preference call, right? Drum shotgun, striker, or, of course, an SMG.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of players opt more so into the drum, particularly after the shotgun changes that occurred last week. However, I will say, after watching EU in particular, watching a lot of the rounds of this FNCS, seeing the players who generally were known for their very high-level pump mechanics going back to the striker and preferring the striker, it seemed very positive, but ignore what I'm saying right now is we have a rascally little wabbit. They're going to look for the 3-2-1. And could they get the trade out here? Yes, Magnolia taking a bunch of damage. We saw the 1v2 in the first game. It went down because Clix was completely by himself, while Magnolia now, the shoe is on the other foot, and it's not Cinderella. The time is ticking past midnight, and that shoe did not fit. He tried to cram it in there, but instead, Day and Clix say, nope, you'll go back to being the pumpkin. We finally get a little bit of revenge, and if you're them, Monster, you're going hunting right away. You're looking around, you say, I know he's close. Where is he? I want a piece of this, because Scope has been a thorn in their side.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Day did there. You saw the language that his character was speaking to us there. He went straight for the high ground, starts looking around here. He's on the hunt, but Scope wanted nothing to do with it. He's hiding down low. I mean, it's finally a little opportunity for them to put some points on the board. They were at 0 after the first 2 games. But hold up, Mason and Jackson here do end up sliding back into Greasy Grove. They go toe-to-toe, and they find themselves an equal set of eliminations here. Nico and Polarize get taken out by Bank there. That's the Command Cavern fight. It does look like that ends up coming full circle as well. So 8th place, Polarize and Nico are down to the hands of 11th, Bank and Elites. That's a big, big fight there too, guys.
And right now you can see Shadow, OMG Me Too, trying to close in. And again, another duo who made a lot of waves last season. Shadow, somebody who did very well at the streamer goal, making it to one of the first Fortnite lands in a very long amount of time. Has really made a name for himself after that fact. And in Qualifier 1, just an abysmal first full game, 4 games performance. And normally if you hear that, you think, wow, the team probably didn't do that good. But no, they roared back with a second and first place in games number 5 and 6, and honestly I was anticipating them carrying over a little bit of momentum today, and right now it looks like they're doing that. Yes, they're in 15th, but with only one endgame made, the way they're making this push on the left-hand side is very effective. But right as I say that, OMG Mate 2 takes a ton of damage, but he says no problem, clean that one up as we swing back on over to Clicks and Day.
Clicks and Day have been struggling today, but trying to keep their mental in focus here. They're gonna go against another top quality duo right now of Bucky and Cam. Like we said before, there are no easy picks here today in this general area. Every team they've clashed against have been of exceptional quality, and Day gets punished in the distance there. Another team starts to put in their focus points.
Oh, I thought he got right in the box of the opponent and missed the shot. I was like,
no.
wait, what? And it was like, Clicks almost panicked for a second. We both almost panicked, had the same reaction there.
See Clicks gathering information. You can see him right there. They're actually trying to time this together. Bucky and Cam actually have a disadvantage here off the left camera peak while they were holding that edit. Luckily for them, they do close it. Could have been really bad for them. And it still can be pretty bad. They have a lot of wood builds in this area.
But if I'm Bucky and Cam, I don't want to take this fight, right? They've kind of struggled a little bit off of the initial start. We've seen them generally cleaning out Bugle very quickly in a lot of their other fights and being able to rotate out, but so far haven't necessarily been able to find that same success. And if you're relatively well set up, if you're relatively center zone, if you're not really pressured by Storm Surge, you don't necessarily want to make that push. And Scope says, hey, I ain't leaving anybody behind. Clicks and Day weren't able to smell out what he was cooking, and instead he's just going to be able to get his partner back up on his feet. Now, we had previously had a stat about how in duos, no team in a round 4 had been able to get a reboot in a victory royale. That was broken in EU qualifier number 1. The question is, can Scoped and Magnolia be the first to do it in NA as Magnolia gets rebooted? And that reboot monster could also potentially trigger a Storm Surge now, as we're up to 71 players. So implications all across the map.
Yeah. But if there's going to be a team that's below, I mean, Scoped and Magnolia might be that team. Magnolia did not lay off any counter fire, and we already know Scope's been keeping a mega low profile as he's hidden out by that reboot card, of course. So another player picked up there in the feed too. We're up to 72 players. The count just continues to increase here. Stretch and Commandment, though, are on the prowl right now. They see an enemy in the distance here. They're going to be pushing that box here shortly. Pay attention to the feed. Jack and Illis, however, in 3rd place. Looking around. Also have to make a move here soon.
So we hop on board here. Skibber, Sui, Walkers, 34 points. Also currently sitting in 15th place. Also need to note, not only was a qualifier 1 round 4 in EU where he saw a reboot victory royale, it happened today over in EU as well with Noah Riley and Vadil able to pick up a VR after getting rebooted. And, you know, I really want to support and say something good about Walkers right now, but wearing the 76ers back bling as a Celtics fan during playoff time, I don't know if I can support that. You know, that's a little tough for me. It's okay. You're playing fantastic in Fortnite. We'll leave it to that. But go C's, as we have Haji and Subscript boxed up right on the other side here. Walkers and CEO. I'm not sure we're going to see Surge. We'll see if there's a warning here. As soon as we get back on the player perspective, is Scoped. Magnolia walking around. Yep, there's the warning on the right-hand side. And you talked about a monster. Hey, they might be the one below. And in fact, they are the sole duo below Surge. So we'll see what they're able to get going as. They're going to have to kind of press. There doesn't look like there's anyone remotely near them, which is sometimes the danger of these very late reboots.
Yeah, and so what happens now is the rest of the lobby also gets this warning. So when a team gets it and they see that, you know, we're only 90 above, 96 above. Maybe we should find some tags. They begin to find tags, and then Scoped and Magnolia have that much more of a trail to catch up on, right? So now, being 138 below, no vehicle in play here. A lot of teams already made it to this next zone. It's going to be tough for them. It's going to be very tough for them, and they are in second place, guys.
Yeah, but it looks like they might just get enough help from the lobby as Jeff picks up one elim. Clicks and Day get a knock. If they're able to get the confirmation or chase down this other player, then
they will.
Unknowingly, they're going to completely bail out.
Yep.
Scoped and Magnolia. So while they're talking about, hey, maybe Cinderella's shoe doesn't fit and the clock struck midnight, but it's daylight saving hour. So we got an hour left in the ball. Will Magnolia be able to find the slipper?
Yeah, Day and Clicks basically roll back the clocks here for the world. But more importantly, for Scoped, they're arguably, arch nemesis of this whole story that's developing here in the plot. Day and Clicks. Now at 10 points, from 0 points to 10 points. Huge jump up for them. Except Voyo still in third place right now, still inside the safety of the zone. Very interesting zone. It pulls far south, and a good chunk of it's in water, so should be a heavily congested north side here. And there it is. It lands just about right on top of them. So they're going to be okay. They're going to be able to play for dead center here shortly, as they're on the most isolated side of the corner of this map right now.
Yeah, if I'm them and I'm comfortable with where I was on the surge tag warning before this, I'm just scooting inside, just inside that oasis, trying to play for the south pole of the zone. We already saw one other team make that exact same rotation. Now, Stretch and Commandment looking for some space. They are our current leaders at 78 points. A little bit of room, but as you see in the bottom right-hand corner, that room is going to get closed very quickly. They still are on the outside looking in, and there's a team immediately on their white line to the zone. Now, when we say on their white line, if you draw a straight line to the edge of the zone, basically the fastest direction to safety, that's what that white line means, and there's another team sitting directly on top of it. So that's in the top of the screen, the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. We have Scoped and Magnolia. We've been over that. Magnolia just recently rebooted and able to be saved from the storm surge. In the bottom right-hand corner, we got Dignitas, Duke, LG, Jamper, Match 2 winners, and Late Surge and Qualifier 1 who finished in 7th just on the outside looking in. So plenty of great perspectives right now as we see everyone just jockeying for position.
And the big story for Dignitas Duke is, of course, he's that newest signing, the latest signing for Team Dignitas, who, of course, are entering into the Fortnite space now. And that's such a mentality boost for someone who's been in the space for so long now, being a part of what is looking to be an exceptional org alongside Mero, who already punched his way on in with that top 5 just in our Friday's competition. But can he get the tags here? Can they continue to open up the space and give themselves more room to play for endgame, play for that high ground position once again?
Yeah, it's fantastic seeing Duke signed to one of those top organizations because it's somebody who's been around the scene forever, and it's one of the aspects that I love about Fortnite is, yes, if you want to sign to one of these top orgs, awesome, cool. We see it all the time where players get in and get involved. But also, if you don't want to do any of that, you can still compete and show up to these tournaments, and you can still represent yourself, build your own brand, and make that decision when you want to make it. Some decide that, hey, they don't need to make that decision. They can do it themselves. But Duke, somebody who's been around, and honestly, I felt like really didn't get enough of the credit for how much of a staple they were in the NAA scene until recently, because yes, you could say relatively newer face when it comes to like the up-and-coming elite, but when you put him in the kind of the conversation when it comes to the top players on NAEs, he's putting up results in every type of tournament. Doesn't matter. Trios, duos, solos, Cash Cup, third party, FNCS. He gets results, but right now, players who are trying to find results right on the edge of the zone, Tapsy and Qua with a brilliant harpoon. Look at all that loot coming in. My lord.
Yeah, they find a lot there. In the feed, though, as you see, Oliver OG finds Cam, and that's another big trade there as Oliver OG and Jeff were very high up on the standings after that first game, getting that second place there. Then second game not necessarily going their way all the way. And look at the wide shot here. You can see Smite and Larson. They're listening to what's going on down below them as Qua is just fishing up all this loot. He's got so much to work with. Zone's not too far either. I mean, Sundown, do you think they just start throwing big pots in the direction of the new zone and just kind of go for it? Like, what do you do here? They clearly have excess.
Dude, if you have extra ones, absolutely. If you're not going to use them and you're not going to carry them, I say at least just huck them out into the open. It costs you nothing, and maybe somebody runs towards it. Maybe somebody opens up. Maybe you're able to bait something. But they also have to be careful here when they're doing all of this fishing, because as one person fishes, the other has to be holding the wall, because you can tell Smite and Larson are like, that's an awful lot of harpoons going off up there. Maybe there's some extra loot, and instead, they're just trying to break down the wall, see if they can get some stuff to drop down to them, because as you noted, Quan Tabs, they can't hold all of it. They've completely given up that box, and now you talked about vultures earlier. This time it's from below, and Smite and Larson loot goblin gobbled all of that up.
Yeah, they did. They got some material for their hard efforts there. And that's a pretty fair exchange. That's a great exchange. A little ammunition for some mats to make this rotate, but Larson gets punished, trying to be a little cheap with the build right there, following on the heels of Smite. And now extra shots start coming in here. But it's gunfire flying over everywhere right now, and the zone is still about 20 or 30 meters out. Counterfire comes up from up above, and Qualifiers G are managing to put some serious pressure on the lobby, and they need that because the Surge is once again active and going to start harassing the rest of this lobby. Clicks find Shiesty there as well. More points for Team Clicks and Day.
Day able to get the second one for the full confirmation. Also saw my boy Rokane up there in the feed, making it to yet another half in, half out, which we'll see here in 15 seconds. Storm Surge, 25 damage every 5 seconds. Threshold on the right-hand side. What does it mean? Well, you want to be above. That means you don't take damage. If you're below, you're taking that 25 damage every 5 seconds. You make that number go up by shooting your opponents and getting actual damage ticks. So right now, 44 below, currently second place, Scoped and Magnolia. The reason they're struggling was that early reboot. We talked about it. We talked about how this is going to dig into their excess utility, and they're opening up now, trying to find tags, and just barely able to get above before the Storm Surge turns on. That's huge. On the right-hand side of your screen, with 5 eliminations and 700 about above, they don't have to worry about it as whole. Right now, Magnolia and Scope, despite having the 1 elimination, they're under the pressure. They're trying to find a box-to-box fight, trying to dive in Monster, but nobody's near them.
Yeah, they need to find someone here, and they need to do it quickly. They do find a duo on the side. That's a great tag there. That might have actually resulted in elimination there, but no, he just barely slips away. But hey, there's a lot of tags that come with it, and at least they managed to steal up the loot as well that this team was basically sitting on, trying to figure out what exactly to do with it. On the other side, Jamper and Duke are already up here at 4, or inside the 4th place, 18 above the Surge, so they need a little bit more. You can see Dukes is continuing to put these shots down right now, off to the outskirts.
Stretch ends up knocking Rokane there just as a transition ends up coming through. You can see Storm Surge will turn off. Rokane gets finished, Pikes gets finished, Serbs gets finished, and Pen and D-Roller on the board with a pair. Riley goes down to the zone, 50 players up on their feet, which means we got 6 solo riders out there as Blar also goes down, 27 duos remaining. As you can see, Scope and Magnolia taking to the skies themselves, looking for a little bit of room, looking for a little bit of space, and they find the space. It's up on the high ground as they go up and try and take it away. I don't think anybody's above them.
Uh-oh. Might be seeing the NA East victory after the reboot story unfold here. As we all know, high ground is king in a Fortnite lobby in endgame when playing for the win condition. That is the #1 thing you want to check off there. Besides, of course, having some type of material count to hold it. In the distance, their second next biggest, I guess, concern could be Jack and Illis, who are in 3rd place, also playing for that second high position. They're stretching Commandment, sitting on their refresher, edging their way forwards. A lot of loot to work with. Going to opt into using those metal mats there to go and stay nice and solidified. Larson does look like he gets finished off here. This is to the hands of Duke and Jamper. They're starting to push in. They want this material count as well, and Larson and Smite now being fractured here in this end game already.
Yeah, taken out outside of that top 25. Again, that's where the placement points will come. You see the moving zone. I mean, it feels like a rinse repeat every single game so far. That first moving zone, down a hill, over the river. Still no grandmother's house on the other side, despite the fact that I would love some snickerdoodles, fresh baked cookies. Those are my favorite.
maintain control. 121 above. Shadows picked up an Elam. Magnolia goes down to Nevify. You can see OMG Me Too also picked one up. D-Roller ends up getting the confirmation with Magnolia getting confirmed there by Ritual XYZ. Boyle picks another one up in the bottom right-hand corner. We have Duke and Jamper still just hanging on. From that refresh, they're able to end up picking up, trying to find a little bit of room. They're on the forward part of the zone. On the left-hand side, you can see Joji finally going down. That 16th place for him there, as Pledge ends up picking another one on the backside of the zone. Jamper trying to get the wall replaced in the bottom right-hand corner, not able to find it, so they'll continue going through. As you have Teo and Pledge still just riding out the high ground with Stretch on the low ground.
And you're seeing Jamper and Duke do such an exceptional job rotating on the outskirts of the zone, but Scoped here with Commandment, or Stretch and Commandment, have made it this far so far, and they're playing that low ground so well as well, staying consistent. Here comes a catch, a big catch, and Duke follows up huge, and that's onto Scented as he shuts him down. 3 eliminations now, and all of a sudden they are really getting the ball rolling here in this endgame. Stretch is going to get damaged just a bit there on that low ground. They have to make their way up. This is some weird terrain we're playing off of here. Clicks finds another set there in the feed that's onto Jamper as Day falls to Tabs G, and Clicks is now left by himself. But the hero effort, 44 points earned in this single game, already at 8 eliminations, and it's not just over yet. Can he find a little bit more here?
And he's pressing this 1v2, uses the harpoon, a tile away, double wall replace, has both of those walls pre-edited down. Like I said, I wanted more ego, I wanted more pushing, I didn't want you to stop. And Clicks continues rolling, but Empen and D-Roller find another pair for themselves. They're saying they're not the only late start coming through. As they had a tough game 1 and game 2, Ritual gets another one as we're on board here with Stretch. Look for some space, but a limited number of builds, tries to find the shots, but instead throws one towards his teammate as it's down to just 10 HP. He has bandages, but he's not Zexro. No more ability to find Mats, instead just dives in. We're not sure if he's able to resolve that. It looks like he got chased away as Tabs and Claw are looking for some space, and Clicks finally goes down, but not before riding out a top 5 performance.
On high ground is Teo there, but hold up, Stretch here is going to fall. Commandment has to clutch up by himself. Commandment gets pressured from up above, and Pledge and Teo manage to just continue to be the team that is putting in the shots from up top. D-Rolo, however, playing the outside here, trying to lean into this win condition right now. He finds a lot of loot. He finds some heals to work with. And will he be the thorn in high ground or the low ground team side? He'll basically determine who can actually get this victory royale, who will have the best chances now. Tabji and Qual, what a game for them. They slide their way into second place. Somewhat of a comeback story for a lot of these teams right now. D-Roller included. Look at this, but no, he's going to get spotted out. Remember, there is an animation and a visual cue that gets given away with the usage of the heals here, Sundown.
Yeah, they're going to be able to see that. They're going to be able to hear that, but he finds a gap a little bit, going to be the person under the stairs, but not sure he's the chosen one. As you see, he'll finally get taken down. Kwa says, Moa, see you later, goodbye. He'll send that one down as we get a 2v2. Teo and Pledge trying to ride this one out as Tabji and Qua on the low ground will look to contest minimal amount of builds here, so they're going to have basically one more opportunity as Quad defensively going out, but with only 4 builds, can only box up one more square. Here it goes.
We're looking at potentially the biggest elimination game and a victory of the day here, fighting for the 9th here on NA East right now. Beautiful knock there by Teo. He's going to need the refresher. Tabs G takes so much heals deep into the storm there. That might actually be enough for Tabs G to get this win. We're looking at 3rd and 2nd places respectively. Can Tabs find a little bit more heals is the question. He's hunting, he's looking, but no. Pledge is loaded too. He's got a lot to work with, so okay. This should be Pledge's and Teo's game here. And you said, moi, that it should be the chef's kiss there to close this one out. Tabs, you know, tries to put it all on the table, but Pledge is going to win.
He said, come on, baby, light my fire, but the rain was already pouring down. The storm was too strong, and his tinderbox got a little bit soaked there. I mean, Teo and Pledge just riding this one out. The chug splashes, they'll feel it off. 8 eliminations and the victory royale in match number 3, but we saw a lot of interesting leaderboard implicating fights, Mons.
That was a huge game. Huge game for Clicks and Day. Huge game for Npen, DeRoller. We saw Stretch and Commandment, of course, staying consistent there in the end. And tons of teams now starting to get close to that triple-digit mark, but it's Stretch and Commandment who do make that big leap.
Yeah, but to see what that leaderboard looks like, we're going to kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SVG, take it away.
Now, before we kick things off, I called it at the beginning of that game. I said, Vivid, SBGZ. Let's think about Clicks and Day for a second here. Are they going to go all the way? I called it. I said top 3. I think top 3 that game. I felt it. They got a top 5, Vivid. That's good for you, but also great for them. An unbelievable performance. It's so great to see them rolling with the punches, getting themselves back up. And I was completely wrong. Sundown on point there about ego. They just went for it, as we expected they would do. And now they're suddenly flying up the leaderboard.
Yeah, a lot of confidence from Clicks and Day that game. As soon as they got rolling, made it to the mid-game, they didn't stop. They just kept going for eliminations. As we were watching other POVs, I was watching Elim feed and just kept seeing Clicks and Day find Elim after Elim. I believe they ended that game there with 8 total, so props to them. You know, off spawn, finding that cheeky little gang over onto Magnolia when he was a solo, so that storyline does continue. But something else that is continuing is Commandment and Stretch's consistency. 110 points and actually furthering that gap. SPG now 13 points ahead of the pack.
Yeah, they seem to be comfortable playing wherever, whenever they want. They've won a game on high ground. They've been playing the low ground. They've played the mid ground. It doesn't matter. These two are simply too good right now, and they are on fire. But that last game, we saw Teo Pledge, Quatabs G go head-to-head. That was probably one of the longest games we've seen thus far in qualifiers. And fun fact, Teo Pledge Tabs, they all played together in trios. So, you know, head-to-head with your former teammates going. And this was just really well played by Teo and Pledge. It was one of those games that I haven't really seen them on high ground very often in these finals lobbies, but I want to more. They clearly can do it, and I want to see them continue this streak now that they've already picked up 1 Elim and are going into second place heading into the next match.
They are, yeah, tying as well the record this season for most points in a game, 59, matching Death and Coney's on Friday. You know, interesting as well, you bring up about the point between high ground, low ground as well, because Commandment and Stretch, we talked about, who have obviously had 3 games back to back to back now, but they've delivered and got eliminations, standings points, consistency. We're so synonymous with high ground all the time, particularly with Stretch there. We saw the low ground there, Vivid, as well, utilizing it brilliantly. They've obviously evolved as a duo and can come rain or shine, come whatever layer it is on the map. They are really delivering right now.
Yeah, it's dangerous because Fortnite's one of those games where you can't do the same thing every single game. You kind of have to adapt to the situation. So the fact that these guys are proving right now that they can play high ground, they can play mid ground, and they can play low ground. Those are like the 3 main styles that we see in the end game is very, very impressive. And it's got to come down to all that experience they've had with teammates in past seasons.
Yeah, and then just checking out that second page, 2 of the biggest risers were D-Roller, NFen, and also Day and Clicks. 25 spots for D-Roller and NFen, 32 for Day and Clicks after that game. So huge matches by both those teams, and oh man, you gotta keep going. Keep the train rolling if you're Day and Clicks right now.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I mean, another train that keeps on rolling. We saw Jamper and Duke there. You know, despite the fact that Storm Surge was on the brink there, they could have been affected by it. We saw a pretty awesome rotate from, I think it was from Duke there, who managed to utilize a launch pad where he kind of foresaw the fact that Vivid, he would use that launch pad, hit the kind of roof of a build, managed to curve his way around into a box, and Leroy was just sitting there, and he knew he was there. The awareness of that rotate and how things would affect him, it was kind of beautiful to see unfold.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, there's a lot of moments when people use launch pads and maybe like a build gets placed or it kind of messes you up. You don't really know where you're going to go, but Duke clearly showing that he knows how these launch pads are going to work. He knows where his character is going to go and how to control it. And right there was an exceptional showing of how good Duke is, especially in the end game. And not to mention, he is in the end game, right? The pressure's on and he's still making consistent and thought out plays like that.
Yeah, it separates the champions from the rest of the bunch. Let's head back over to Sundown at MDF for Game 4. Let's do it, boys. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. My name's Sundown, joined here by Monster, D-Face, and 3 matches down. Only 3 more to go, and we will have our 6th through 10th teams joining us in the finals.
Yeah, the games are flying by, and we're watching a different story unfold for each of them. What has remained true, though, is Stretch and Commandment's dominant performance so far, being the first team to break into triple-digit mark just after 3 rounds of Fortnite there. But hey, there's still a whole tournament half in front of us, right? There is no one's out of the competition just yet. You saw what Clicks and Day managed to do there. N-Pen and D-Roller as well. In the highlight there, that was a flashy play. I don't think we gave credit to the harpoon shot. Grabbing Duke out of that box is definitely crazy. So big plays unfolding everywhere, and our teams are still in the battle here.
Yeah, there's still plenty of Fortnite to be played, and don't forget, if they don't auto-call going through here, we'll still have one more qualifier and then semifinals. But enough from us. Let's get into match number 4.
It's game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just touching down with us here, NA East has been quite a show for us. Of course, the, I'd say, story has really been around the Joneses, Magnolia, and crew versus Day and Clicks here. What an engagement we've seen go down there today. It really has been some of the bigger fights of the FNCS so far. For Rise and Threats, they also have had quite the battle here against Aoxy and Swirl. So far losing 2 of the, 3 games so far on the drop. This time around they are going to have the better drop, so it seems like a little more room for them to work with.
Yeah, I would want both teams to go back and review their Greasy Grove drop spot, because I think what Threats and Rise are doing is a little bit outdated with the cooler kind of coordinated drop always in the same spots, like bank on there being a weapon in one of the spots and get together and chug splash. Because you aren't guaranteed the same amount of chug splashes from the cooler, if you happen to pull a flopper and your opponent gets one weapon they're able to drop on you, it just takes too long to execute. Right? Get yourself on top of weapons, worry about getting your max shield after the fact, and don't give your opponents an opportunity to drop on you. And I think you'll probably see the percentage of fights you win off drop at Greasy Grove go up, but somebody who's in a tough situation and not in the Greasy Grove, hiding in the bushes here, yeah, Keith, bot boy Trev.
Yeah, up against Squish and P-God. Both teams have had a bit of a struggle here on the day. Also trading back and forth. And I mean, you talk about you wanting to see these teams hit the drawing board. I mean, what we have managed to kind of get out of this is that both teams are struggling even if they survive the drop. So it's not just coming down to whether or not you get these points. It's about what you can do after this. And I mean, it can be tilting, trading these exchanges, not necessarily winning every single round, right? Remember, when you fall this early in the game, Sundown, I mean, you lose all momentum, right? You are sent back to the lobby. You have to wait until the next lobby is completely over or the lobby finishes and then you can queue back up. So it really is so much more than just this battle and just these points. It's the momentum. It's the pace change for anyone who loses. And right now, Threats is down. Rise tries to come to the rescue here. He gets a finish onto Swirl. But if there's a team out here in the distance that's really adding to the pressure right now, who is it? It's Jackson and Mason coming from what is the windmill drop spot down south. I mean, Jackson, he's been landing there since the beginning of last season as well, or maybe just before that. So no strangers to this general rotate and this third party here.
Yeah, and they're trying to put the pressure on. They know that fight hasn't necessarily been able to resolve yet. They got a piece of the pie. We can see Rise fighting defensively, and he might have a little bit of reinforcements riding over the hill. Dawn has come, and he can see that Hachi and Suskip are trying to get involved in the fight. And Mason and Jackson, they have to back off. They're like, oh, we can't continue chasing this as aggressively. You saw that they're just kind of out in the open throwing shots that way. But unfortunately, that'll get you cleaned up. And Threats, he's still ticking. He has about 20 seconds before he's taken down. Mason will end up finding him and getting taken down there. But Haji and Suskip are still looking to push the pace a little bit here.
Yeah, and Haji and Suskip are, well-versed enough to know that this is a clean duo right now, and they did get the full siphon. Also picking up the sound cues here that the team's fully healed up, but they want to continue to take this push here. These are 2 teams that are, I would say, about evenly matched. Haji and Suskript have been competitors for quite some time. Jackson and of course, Mason here. I mean, they've had their runnings of competitions through the collegiate courses and now to the FNCS, and look at that. They are going to win this duo exchange. Drums, man. You open the box against 2 of those, and, well, you see what happens. You just get chewed up, spit out.
No, that was Mason's huge shot. Mason hit like a 170 max headshot there with that uncommon striker. I think, I'm almost positive here. I want to see the shot here in a second. He's going to be able to pick up that first one, drops down, gets the second, and they're going to be able to find it. No, I lied. You're right.
It was the drum connecting.
It was the drum for Jackson. Yep, you're right.
Hey, it happens, but that's good teamwork there. And I really am curious. When is it just going to click fully for Mason and Jackson? We've seen them not really lose early games at all. Like, in the last FNCS, the one before that, every time they've made it, they've actually had a successful turnout, even when contested at the windmills. And there was a point in time where they were up on the standings and almost playing for what could have been a top 10 finish in FNCS, but, you know, naturally other teams culminated their success and they had more friction along the way, to say the least, and things didn't go their way. But it is very cool to see these newer teams continuing to make FNCS appearances now, right? Making their names more and more seen and heard here.
And I mean, Haji's been around for a while and competing at the top, never necessarily a name who you see in the top 10, but making pretty much every final round of every tournament on NA East. And we talk about owning the space inside the cavern. Well, hope you like brick finishing, Monster, because there's brick as far as the eye can see, some metal accents going on at the top level, but not a whole lot of good space to really be working with. We talk about piece control, and it's all over here with Polarize taking, I don't even know how you managed to sneak a shot through there. He's going to scan out, get whatever information he can, find where Elite and Bank are, just see what's around him, and they're very much so pinned in here.
Yeah, and they know that now. All that information from the scanner there is going to be ample to tell them, hey, we're in danger. We're going to have to chill out for a little bit. For Pigot and Squish, I mean, they need to make a hero comeback, as we saw Clicks and Day do, Enpen and DeRoller and others in that last game. At 10 points right now, 34th place. They're looking to edge their way up. They have a team nearby. It's Bobby and Ellie. We're hiding out here inside their builds that have fully finished off.
Yeah, I think at this point they need to stop trying to creep up the leaderboard and start trying to leapfrog it up. I mean, you know, you always talk about time ticking, and right now definitely just past the hour for Pigot and Squish. They really got to get moving, but we were saying the same thing about Clicks and Day last game, and they rolled off a 9 elim game. Right now, Squish is getting a little squashed here. He's pinched in, but making sure he's back hip to hip with Pigot. He's got a couple of flops to pop, some good wall coverage from Pigot on the side, but you see Clicks and Day again, a little separated in this box fight, both taking a bunch of damage. They'll back up to that shield kick.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to play hip to hip right now. Day and Clicks have changed up the pacing since the last game, now pushing into a different team completely this time around, and look at that, they're in 15th place from just about dead last, guys, after one game's performance. If that doesn't tell you enough about how explosive these games can be and what they can do for you in the tournament, I don't know what will. Pigot and Squish seem like they've made that decision to go ahead and move on out. They waited, but no one revealed themselves, and sometimes you just have to get the picture, move on. Here's a look at Scope to Magnolia.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta cut your losses. Trying to camp the reboot van, potentially come up with a free elim out of the sky there, but Magnolia and Scopes, great vantage point, get some information. They're gonna head on over, and we talked about somebody else who was able to pick up a lot of ground in last game. Unfortunately, might have tried to shift gears a little bit too quickly as Enpen gets taken down. Haven't seen DeRoller up, but Magnolia and Scope, they're hawking this fight, and if you check the bottom right-hand corner, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different duos here, and it looks like 2 of them are engaged in a pretty significant fight.
Crazy that Scope and Magnolia were, of course, you know, broken apart last game, and Magnolia got taken out a little early. They still managed to pull the top 14, so definitely playing very, very well. Wood builds in front of Trev. Trev doesn't even spot them. Looks around, maybe he picked up a visual cue. He's thinking about it. Magnolia doesn't trust it. Shots coming from the side, and he gets knocked. That's never 5. Magnolia and Scope are just going to honestly snatch up this positioning, probably snatch up the loot as well. No reason to give him away. This is free surge here on a platter handed to them, and hey, that's a win in its own.
Free surge, free refresh, free positional advantage. I mean, Nevify doing an absolute favor right there. I believe that was a sniper shot coming through because he wasn't quite full HP.
Quick.
So we talked about the one-shot elimination. Some players are like, oh yeah, I'm completely safe to hang around at 175 HP. Well, not if you're just gargoyling up top like that. I mean, we've talked about it when you just kind of poke your head out with that striker burst. I think he had a snipe of himself, but right now, my eyes are glued to the top left-hand corner as Jamper just got a knock onto Rokane. Bucky and Cam also in a fight of their own. They're one of the duos we just talked about in the Sanctuary who were batting down in this fight. Here's Jamper and Duke trying to close it out. Looks like they're able to get the confirm there onto Rokane, so Joji will be a solo yet again.
That is a That is a ridiculously big elimination right there, guys. Rokin and Joji were up in the standings. Like, where exactly? I'm trying to look at the leaderboards here, but they were just outside the top 15. They were in 13th coming into this, and they just clashed up against our 4th place team. Super, super unfortunate, as Joji now has to figure out this game by himself. Jamper and Duke 2 seem to have based up on top of that build. We'll see what develops out of that for Bucky and Cam. Bucky's pretty hurt, so they're going to go, facilitate their way through those builds there, see if they can find some whites. As Ritual gets into a fight here, Nevify, who hit that knock. They're doing very, very well, and that's a great find onto Demon, who is solo inside the box, but Nevify is down. Has to play for the save here. He's got his back wall completely open as well.
Yeah, but they're in a bush, so it's fine.
Ooh, just in time.
Yeah, well, Nevify had one more HP than he needed in that circumstance. Going to be able to pop a couple of flops, top himself back off, which don't necessarily agree with the medkits in Nevify's inventory. But, I mean, they're up in 3rd place. I feel like we've barely talked about him except finding the eliminations in the feed, but we've seen Ritual's name in there over and over again, and he's still lighting it up. So we have our first Storm Surge warning, 116 above currently for Illust and Jock, who are sitting in 7th place on the outside looking in with 78 points. 5 duos will be pressured by Storm Surge. Again, Storm Surge puts 25 damage down every 5 seconds to the duos who have done the least amount of damage. How do you know how much damage you need to do to get above? Well, it's on the right-hand side. So currently, 166 means Commandment and Stretch, our first place duo. They're probably not going to find this rifle. Yes, they have a minute to do it, and if they can get a bead, they can start kind of chipping away at it. But anything about above around 150 or so, you start to kind of think, hey, maybe I need to get wall-to-wall.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm a huge proponent of, if you're below that surge, that 1 minute timer on the zone means move. And move now. You got to continue to take fights. Joji's going to go ahead and do just that as he managed to find a shield rip. But in the distance, more shots coming in. He's garnering a lot of attention of the opponents nearby. And keep in mind, he does not have a duo. He's doing this by himself right now. The task is going to be difficult. And you're looking at all the perspectives of the same teams here. This is Jamper and Duke here on these mountains, looking inwards towards a team like Joji, who is down low. Great tags fired back. Can he get just a little bit more? Oh, no.
He's going to be more than happy to take this trade, though. Like, he's happy to get chipped out as long as people are opening up and looking at him. He does have some excess utility to be able to get himself back up. But if Storm Surge turns on and he ticks below even for a second, there is no way he's going to be able to combat both that and get the damage he needs. So that's why you see him burning into his utility right now. He's knowing he's really only going to have 1, maybe 2 more opportunities to really open this up and start fighting. So Storm Surge turning on right now, 25 damage every 5 seconds. And with nobody close to him, he's going to be forced to continue opening up his head and exposing himself. But there's 4 duos, 5 duos actually, since he's a solo, who's going to be pressured by this. And he's just going to go. I'm watching on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, we have Hamstone and Fatch, who managed to get themselves up above. And honestly, Joji is just kind of a free 3 points for whoever wants to look his way right now.
Yeah, he kind of has to get these minis off as well. That's a big shotgun shot, but it might not be enough. But Fatch is also under surge pressure here. They had some quick heals, though, so it's going to work out for them. Hamstone and Fatch equally needed this elimination here. They end up getting it. Fatch gets finished by Jamper in the distance. And that was why that 3-shot that we saw a little while ago was so cool, because it was all 3 of these teams that had something different riding on the line. For now, Hamsu does have a tournament life in front of him. D-Roller, however, is under the surge and in the zone. Does it get any worse?
He needs 1 player to drop, and he will be able to at least make an effort out of it. But right now, everybody else, they don't have to poke out. They're thinking about rotating. They're looking around, seeing, hey, is there anybody who's acting a little bit strange? Anybody who's acting a little bit hectic? Roller, he'll get in, he'll pop this, but he's not going to have the time. Nope. The next tick will come through and take him down. But it turns off. It turns off right before Larson ends up getting confirmed. Literally, we saw the purple flash come in, but it turns off as soon as 70 does. It didn't confirm, and that's brilliant for Shadow and me too, as they're going to be like, yep, this is mine. And Pamstow is also going to take advantage of the fact that everyone was cleaned out over here. He's going to get a reboot, and nobody's really near him to hear this right now.
I was going to say, will he turn back on the surge for the lobby? It is a possibility. But no, he gets beamed by Jivy in the distance there, and Jivy and crew are starting to roll up. Other teams starting to shoot in as well right now. It's not looking too hot for Pamstu and Thatch. This save that he played for might be the end of him. He's going to have to go for the high pad. No time to set up anything different here. And he sees teams based up there. He knows there were shots coming in, but doesn't matter. He has to get inside the storm, the safety, and away from the storm right now. Team on the side as well.
I don't know if you draw. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know if you draw that attention there. Yes, they need tags, but if anybody turns and looks at your direction, son, you're going to have a tough time. He'll pick up the snipe maybe to just give somebody else an even more difficult time. And the car just whipping right past, but you can see OMG Me Too alone and pinned between two very good players, Jamper and Dukes, right on the side of him.
Qualifier game number 4, the halfway mark of this weekend's FNCS. What a game, what a game. This is what we love about Fortnite, you know, the standings, the changing of who's popping off and who isn't. Continue to get developed here. I mean, I just want to kind of date back to Shadow and OMG Me2. That was a big 3-point, like, that's a team that needs it. When you're just outside the top 10 and you get points like that, you know, it doesn't feel any better.
Every little bit ends up adding up. So you can see right now, Magnolia and Scope just trying to continue to scrape out, close in on that top 5. Somebody who's trying to enter tournament management mode, though. After this game, it would be Stretch and Commandment. They make one more end game, they put up a decent amount of points, and they can start to kind of look at the rest of the lobby, and you can just tell he was hawking that position, waiting for that edit to come out. Knew the player would want to peek, and he gets 2 very key shots to chip it away. And it doesn't seem like much, but every damage tag on somebody who's above that 50 shield mark is a lot of utility that ends up going through. So now we're going to swing on over. 66 players remaining, 35 duos. So first placement point was given out. We're closing in on that 4th zone. So everyone's going to want to pack in on the outer edge, as we'll have half in, half out after this. So no more concentric safe zones. We're starting to transition into that mid and the late game once we have those full moving zones.
Looking to use this enemy launch pad here right in front, but P got bases right up and over it. What is the play here? They're going to try to hold him out, and Tap says, no, 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 we got to go. They're going to use their own launch pad instead, and what a bummer. They only had one. There it is, Paper and Tahi, who are currently up in just about 5th place, it looks like. One of the teams holding his edge here. They start sliding up for the box fight right now. We're going to see 2nd place on 5th action here. Will the fight end? Potentially. Lobby starts to look in. This is lobby focus now. Forced by the hands of Paper and Tahi. A 100 shot from Tabs G, but no, they get taken out. And that is what we like to call lobby manipulation there. When you start to make others think, hey, you got ourselves a target here, let's get them.
Yeah, that landing spot, man, you were just right in between teams who had already boxed up full in metal, and you were split from your opponent. I mean, I think the play there might have been to go underneath the bridge. It would have been in the safe zone. You would have cut off the lines of sight from anybody who was up on the high ground. So now we're going to swing on over right-hand side of the screen. OMG Me Too was underneath Surge, but plenty fine, and now back on board here. Neverfire and Ritual still just climbing up. 3 eliminations, sitting in 4th place, doing fine. The bottom right-hand side, Clicks gets a pair for himself. They'll get confirmation on one of them, and they're up to 50 points.
That is actually huge right now, and Day finds another one. And take a look at that Surge. Not a problem at all for them as they find Accept and Voyu, who are so looted out. You see the floppers, the heals, everything that you can ask for leading into a half in, half out. They'll be able to, like, honestly just big tunnel their way in, slide their way a little bit closer to that new storm line for Jamper and Duke. They are at 5 elims. What in the world has happened over here? It seems like they have just found knock after knock and actually finished the jobs. And all around them, I'm seeing teams that are placed well outside the bubble right now. So they are just picking apart people that are already pretty much struggling on the day.
Magnolia picks up a knock there. Storm Surge will turn off as we have 50 players. We see with a half in, half out. And where it's revealed, we're going towards the southern side, and we can already see Mikey and Styx are the only ones who are already across on that high ground. So they're going to have a great vantage point. There's a ton, and I mean a ton of the lobby already boxed up on the northern part. So if you can get purchase on the southern side and the zone goes there, you're in a good position. Otherwise, good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck indeed, because the terrain here changes so
So
fast.
bad.
Look at it, literally vertical. You have to go straight up. There's no slopes. There's no like, yeah, we can edge our way out. No, when it cuts across, it cuts across, and it's going to be hard to make it up and over, especially as teams start to tunnel their way on top and close up that airspace. But Scoped and Magnolia, my oh my, they're continuing to get active here as they find another elimination. That's going to be the full refresher they're looking for right now. It's going to cap off Scope's brick here. And an upgrade as well. Legendary SMG in the hands of someone like Scope in endgame right now is just scary. Saw what they did last game. Scope was by himself after the pickup. They pulled in a top 15. Now on over to Nevify, and Ritual gets shut down in what might be their earliest fall in the tournament so far. They came in at 7th, just inside the top 10, break their way up to top 5, but now might be slipping back down to 7, depending on how others do, because players like Clix and Day are rocketing their way on up. They get themselves the 3rd here, and now they're at 62 points.
And so I literally just typed to observers being like, hey, can we check out Nevify and Ritual when we get a chance, like literally as they were eliminated. So feel bad there, but Clix sneaking another shot there onto Kyoto right before he lifts. Blink and you'll miss it, but they're continuing their run. They had 9 eliminations last game, looking to keep pressing it here. They'll have a 4th in a second. Sphinx and Dequented, though, just ripping through. Not sure which game they're playing. Looks like it might be a racing one or a destruction. Who cares as they're continuing to try and move, but some nice maneuvering. Honestly, it's a better 3-point turn than I can pull off, but Monster, who cares what's going on the low ground? Up on the high ground, yet again, Jamper and Duke showing they're the premier high ground team so far here in NA East. They're trying to continue to push the pace as they are just destroying the rest of the lobby. They're so high up.
Looking like 3rd time's the charm here for Jamper and Duke. Can they do it this time? They've done it once before today for Tahi and Paper. They've really popped off as well. 3 elims and so consistent now as they have broken into that 100-plus point threshold here. The zone's going to double back. This is going to be favorable for Jamper and Duke because, again, we talk about that vertical elevation there. If you are on that upper lip, you might be okay, but if you're down low, you're slowly getting constricted out of the spacing to play with, and these are so many old builds. Players are going to have to chop and mash their way through, but hold up, Keys and Mikey are fighting up for high ground. Duke and Jamper end up getting bested there, and they have to give it up. What is the play, though? If you're Keys and Mikey, you are so high up, it's barely held on. Bank and Elite take advantage of that, though. Sundown, they start to turn things around. Keys gets swatted out of the sky, and just like that, a top 8 team is in the lead there on high ground.
Yeah, you can see Elite and Bank able to take it away after they forced the high pad, but Jamper and Duke still a lot of space. They're on 2nd height, being forced off. Clix goes down to Jeff. Not sure if Day is still up on his feet. That could have been a top 19 finish there. As we look back on the wide, we still have Duke and Jamper, but we also have Day. 2 eliminations, has some choke splashes, looking for the player on the backside of the zone.
There
the
it
zone
is.
will pull back, and he's able to find the shot. Actually, don't think that was his. I think somebody else was able to find it for him, but it doesn't matter because he's going to be the one, the benefactor of all the refreshes in the bottom right-hand corner. Jamper and Duke still looking for room. Cold actually picks up a pair for himself.
Yeah, and Okus takes out Day there. A top 15 finish for them and a couple elims, not bad at all. Had they gotten a little bit more, it would have meant so much more. But now, Jamper and Duke are the team that have been the most consistent here so far, but I still see Stretch and Commandment working their way through, operating through that mid-ground as well. They are in the chaos, quite literally in the blender here with everyone else. Commandment's going to fall to the storm there. Stretch is by himself. Jamper playing for the wall right now. 2 players in front, no tags on any of them. He's starting to run short on material. 300 is going to be enough to continue to make his way. But if they got to go up, I mean, it's going to be rough.
A little bit of space being given right now. You see Cam picking up a pair for himself. As him and Bucky continue to make an endgame. And as we pull, we're pulling out and away. So you can see Cam trying to get up, trying to create some space. Has no more white heals after he burns through the rest of this med mist, but he's got plenty of time because we do have a relatively long pull. He's looking for some room here. As players are going to have a lot of space. This is a very divided vertical space, so there's a ton of different duos up right now as we're in the final zone. 90 seconds and the entire zone will close, and Oliver's looking for a chop.
Oliver, OG, and Jeff trying to make another end game here. They've made it so far. Can they squeeze away a little bit more points? Here's that vertical elevation we're talking about. And they are running out of material count. Now down to just 20. Armored wall comes down. Might have been misplaced just a little bit. They wanted to protect that ceiling up above. Here's Skittles here, dipping inside the storm right now. Trying to just stay alive. Steal away a little bit more placement point. Cam, he's down to 400 builds, sees teams down low. He wants to work his way down. Here it is. He's inside the fray now. Oliver OG is going to fall to the hands of Elite. Duke is still up. Jamper and Duke are claiming players down low. The mats. Top 4 now. Bank and Elite work their way down. They're out of mats. Here it is. It's going to all come down to this big fight here. Cam is the one solo in between the two, though.
He's looking for some space, currently sitting on 6 eliminations. Jamper and Duke on the low ground, but Jamper jumps right on up, and Cam tries to throw a monkey wrench in there, but no problem for Jamper as he's going to close that out. Duke is playing the long game here, but he needs to be careful when this swaps over. If he doesn't immediately miss, he will get taken out by the zone.
There it is. We knew it would happen. Sundown was calling it there, but hey, it's still an end game, and it's another second place for Duke and Jamper. Elite, though, comes out on top there in the end with Bank. Man, what a story for them, right? They had this mega contested draw spot at the command cavern. We know it has not been easy for any teams that have been landing there, but Elite and Bank not only wipe up the teams that were there, but take it all the way through to the end and get a victory out.
Yeah, and honestly, that might have been one of the hardest sets of zones to navigate that we've seen so far this season. That was so incredibly tough. It was max pull, and we went back and forth and then off of the high ground, and it really tested the duos and their utility management.
Yeah, definitely. If you did not have a launch pad there, you were struggling, essentially. But, guys, they're going to toss that over to Adam. I mean, guys, please, crunch these numbers for us. Catch us all up.
I think numbers are getting very exciting now, obviously, with 2 games left to play. But I think Sundown was on the money there with the whole, he needs to be careful with the med miss. Otherwise, yeah, so that's exactly what happened. But another great display from Jamper and Duke there. But we must talk about Bank as well. Bank's duo with Elites. We don't want to talk about them too much in this competition, but managing to, I mean, Hype was taken over from Jamper and Duke by Keys duo. They were taken out by Bank and Elite, and they made sure to utilize their position, use their advantage from the high ground, and a great finale from those two.
Yeah, Bank and Elite doing such a good job here. Here we're actually going to see a little bit of that height control that they have going through this 9 zone here, but even more so impressive actually when they took the high ground from Jamper and Duke. I thought that Jamper and Duke, I think it was like the 6th zone, I was like, man, they're up there, they're sitting pretty, like they are fine, they're gonna get this victory out, no problem. Then all of a sudden Bank and Elite are up on height. So however they managed to take that higher ground, well done to them. But also, you know, Jamper and Duke put on a show. They were on high ground all the way in the 6th zone, and usually when you lose those high grounds in those moments, you kind of just like fumble and you can't really pick it back up together. But like, no, Jamper and Duke find themselves all the way on that low ground there. SBG pick up a 2nd place.
And they had a lot of elims. We see Jamper has 5 at 5th zone, and they were able to pick up a few more. This was definitely the most chaotic zone I've seen all season. This is one of those nightmare zones that's going up over a mountain. A couple of players managed to sneak around it, but ultimately it was just a battle for the high ground. Jamper and Dukes were able to hold it for just long enough to stay alive, and then they just caused chaos down below. We see them just like running through teams, picking up some more elims, and getting another 2nd place. If Stretch and Commandment hadn't put on such a good half to this tournament, these two would easily be in 1st place, but we're gonna see a great finish here as these teams go head to head for that 1st spot, and we have even more in contention for those top 5 spots.
Oh, totally. I mean, you compare it to the first game, will be so many of our kind of stronger teams, if you will, didn't manage to do too well. Suddenly, it's flip reversed, and here we are after game 4. And this is how the leaderboard looks now. You can see here at the top, it is indeed Duke and Jamper. 143 points there, a few points away from the 2nd position. Commandment and Stretch now knocked down to 2nd position, but still, you can see here that there have been a lot of placement points, but eliminations as well rife in those top 7 positions. It's looking mighty strong for those with 2 games to go here, Vivid.
Yeah, Jamper and Duke, they do have a little bit more elim potential over Commandment and Stress, but Commandment and Stress still do have the most placement points, so still proving that they are very, very consistent as they do sit in that 2nd place spot. But the biggest change on the leaderboard, SBG, Elite and Bank going up 8 positions, put themselves in 3rd with a total of 121.
That's what those victory royales do for you. They shoot you up the leaderboard, and we see it so close. It was 100 points, basically that entire first page. Now we see second page, there's teams that are within striking distance. Illis, Jack, they've been in contention all day. They've been close. They were also close in qualifier 1. Cold and Scented, they've been coming up the leaderboard, and then we see Jeff and Oliver OG, consistent game there. Day, Clicks making their way up, and we have to note, Bucky and Cam shot up the leaderboard after that big game. I forget who mentioned it, but there was continuous. Okay, I see Bucky getting an Elim there. There's another Elim, so that was a big game and a nice solo clutch by Cam.
Yeah, you can see there as well. If you're brand new to the way our leaderboards work, you can see the little digits as well, showing up and down arrows, how far teams have moved down or up the leaderboard. Bucky and Cam are 20 places up into their position now, which is looking exceptional. And they're definitely in contention with 2 games to go. I mean, interesting that we haven't talked too much about the actual storm itself and how it can really conflict with players. And Vivid, we saw there, the storm is going through rivers, up mountains. It can really throw games in a certain direction, particularly if you have those vantage points up high. And it moves back and forward. When there's pre-builds there, it's easy for teams to maintain the high ground as well. It can be really tricky, that storm.
Yeah, and a lot of players were showing how good they are at reading those zones. You know, we saw that 7th zone pull back across that little bit of a plateau, and we saw the likes of Stretch and Commandment actually dip out into the zone, tank some of that damage. That way they could work themselves around that terrain rather than kind of fighting vertically straight up. Like, no, there's like, listen, we're going to go ahead and tank that zone. And those moments really do make the difference in these games.
They certainly do. Right. Big shout out to all our Legends Landing viewers as well. Hello to you guys. Let's head over to Game 5, the penultimate game in Qualifier 2. It's Sundown and MDF. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SVG. 4 games down, 2 more to go. Our top 5 will advance straight through the finals, and everyone else will have 1 more chance.
We're really starting to look at what placement spots are going to be available right now. 4th and 5th are clearly up for grabs. If our 3rd place team of Elites and Bank don't really pop off right now, that spot will also open up, and it'll be the closest qualifier slots we've had up to date. So, you know, today's competitions have really been very close. A couple breakaway leads now, though, for Jamfer and Duke up top, and of course, Stretch and Commandment.
Yeah, and it's definitely a lot closer so far than what we saw in qualifier number 1. Now, in game number 5 and in game number 6, we're going to start talking a whole bunch of numbers because we're going to start looking at lines, looking at who has to do what and what the conditions are. But now that you know the table is set, let's get into the match.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 5. We've blown past that halfway mark, and now we're in the final stretch. Take a deep breath and bear with us. You need the stamina because the fights and battles of this early game are about to go down for Aoxia and Swear. I mean, they found a lot of success here, but I think you mentioned it best, Sundown, and what is such an outdated style of drop and play here. Threats and Rise, man. It's just not working.
It's super unfortunate because we saw this strat, and I commented about how good it was last season when you're able to get the guaranteed chugs and get on top of each other. But as you see, you're able to break it down because you know exactly where the players are, and you don't farm any resources. So if you end up losing the weapon draw, and you have to give credit to Swirl and Epoxy, it seems like they have drilled this down to a science because minus the first game where it was a very close flip against them, they've won this fight relatively handily each time. Yeah, the second game was a little close, but 3, 4, and 5 have gone to them handle.
Yeah, and quick as well, which honestly wastes no time. This time around, Jackson and Mason won't be able to just slide on in and take advantage of the chaos, so we'll see how that plays out for them and their overall tournament game, as well as Suscript and Crew. But here for Keith, and of course Rev, you know, little standoffs that have been happening throughout the game here. These are those fights that, of course, players are trying to condition, right? Ultimately, in the end, the more FNCS appearances you make here at the qualifier stages, the more series points you get to accumulate, right? As we start leading into the semis and building out what will be the roster of consistent teams to play against one another then. So these battles matter. Being in 23rd plus place, right, matters. You actually have to find as much success as possible here.
Yeah, series points on the line too, not just the top 5. So when you make these round 4s, you want to make the absolute most of it. So if you don't get one of those automatic qual spots, you can still get an opportunity in the semifinals to try and make your way through, and there's plenty of potential there. But we'll make the argument as we see Slooks and Troyer face off here against Serbs and Picks that if you're already contested and fighting over one of these scavenger-ish or like I want to say like major unnamed locations like the mansion, like the windmills, like the farm, just go find somewhere else, right? Like there's plenty of scavenger routes, there's plenty of room on the map, there's plenty of resources where you don't need to be taking these fights. And taking these fights every single time, unless you're winning it very quickly, you're not giving yourself an opportunity to go. And you can see already the disengage coming out from the team. And I like that. I think that is a very intelligent disengage because, yes, you might have been able to siphon off some of the loot that was in this nearby area, but now you're already on the rotation path that the other team is likely going to have to take. So you're going to be taking all the loot they might have got inwardly. And it might be a case where maybe you don't land necessarily right at the drop spot, as we see Larson and Smite resolve a fight on the right-hand side of your screen against Fazo and his teammate. You're just able to get more. Like, you can hawk their spot, you can still put the person who dropped in your major area at a disadvantage by just having more loot than them.
And also, let's just talk about, like, put yourself in a player's perspective. You know, you're coming into FNCS what could be the first time. Do you really want all the experience that you've gained from being in what is the highest caliber lobby to be, yeah, I landed, I played for, what, a total of 15 minutes playtime, and that's all I got from this, right? There's an experience to be had here, playing smarter, staying alive, making endgames, and really being a part of what is the best of the best. And that, I think, is the most important takeaway you want from these games, is also that experience. So the next time you're here at the FNCS, if you're Serves and Pikes, you can say, you know what, we did more than just play the early game, get eliminated, and survive that, right? We made end games. We got to play rotates. We got to feel out what a Surge environment is like, because that's something you can't really practice for.
No, it's a completely different ballgame. I mean, even the round 2 of the Cash Cops, any stacked scrims, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter when the pressure is on the line and you have to sit there for 25 plus minutes after the fact and think about what you did. You want to be able to take these fights down. Right now, Troyer taking a ton of damage, but trying to get in, tries to use the Harpoon to press the advantage. No excess shields on either of them, just the med miss. You're going to see him drop it down. Serbs and Pikes in the exact same situation. No excess shields, even popping a med kit for just 11 HP because they have an extra one. You can see him trying to min-max this fight, hoping that that'll be the difference, because both sides are very thin. I mean, there's about, what, 30 shield between the 4 of them?
Yeah, pretty rough position to be in right now. And I mean, Serbs and Pikes, they've been doing actually kind of okay. They're coming into this game at 48 points right now, so they're taking this a little too far now, and they've invested a bit too much, and it does seem like Troyer and crew are like, hey, you know what? We have nothing to lose. We're committed at this point. Here it is. Serbs, once again, inching his way forwards, looking for a shot here. Now remember, with Mansling in the game, you can honestly get up to any of these positions. On the other side, Polarized Nico at the command cavern. They started off so good, only to then be bested by Elite and Bank, who then rocketed away. And now look at them. Now they're like, yeah, let's try. Let's get out of here. We don't need to stay here anymore. They're playing a completely different game, Sundown.
And you see there, top left corner, the Fiend fight we were watching finally resolves. Pike's able to pick that one up, and honestly could have flipped a coin on that. We saw the HP on either side. We saw the amount of ammunition, and I think it's better that the teams just kind of dive in, because regardless, you have to resolve that fight quickly. Otherwise, you could end up in a tough position. But speaking of tough position, Shadow, OMG Me Too. You got Jock and Illis on the other side of him, boxed up on the southern part of Tilted. You got a couple of triangles looking their way, but it looks like Shadow and Me Too were able to get some pretty good chip damage, and if that's the case, they might just back out and rotate away.
Yeah, a bit of a drawn-out fight here going down, and Jack and Illis are going to be on the losing side, and you can see with just how capped off their material count or their resources are in the heals. Those were the first exchanges, the first signs of trades of tags. And now they cap off here to come back around, and ooh, it's not looking too good as they get tagged up a little bit there on the other side. But Day, in the meanwhile, has managed to find himself elimination onto Shiesty here. That's just one of the two that this duo is, and there's a fresh duo coming in now onto Day and Clicks. And they're starting to move forwards. Yes, that duo is committing to this fight. Day has to get up and get up quickly. Can he recognize what's going down here? It's from behind him. He hasn't turned around. It's actually scoped in Magnolia. Oh, no.
Shocker.
There they are.
Wait, where's Magnolia?
On the right.
Magnolia is separated. They could go. They could go right now if they go right now, but they need to recognize that fact. And we've seen this every single time where a player has been separated in this fight. The separated player has gotten picked off, and Scope recognized that, immediately backtracks. And you can see Day, he's trying to pressure. Magnolia took a bunch of damage from the side. They want this fight, Monster.
That's right. We heard that shield crack there was actually Clicks who found those first tags. And Scope is going to pretty much get into what is a scramble here to return back to his teammate. On up he goes. Brother V in the distance puts a couple shots down, just adding to the pressure, and things begin to settle down. For Clicks and Day, they thought about it. They wanted to commit, but that third party heads up, adding their 2 cents into the mix, slows down the fight here for Nico and Polarized. The battle at the command cavern takes its way to the outskirts here. It's Users and Skittles who came down from DJ and Yamzo's drop spot up top, and now they launch pad away.
We see here, currently sitting on 2 elims. Gonna get a look at how they got them as we pop on back in the time machine, and Polarize hits the zip, going for the aggro play, gets the wall replaced immediately, and that wall right there, I'm not sure if that stair is his, if that stair is his as well. That's so brilliant.
Yeah, I don't know how you snipe that front wall like that. That was just slick. And you can see what they do with it. Pick a fresh 6-pack right there, not bad at all. That's really what they needed, like we said, after they got shut out. That last game, they fell down a fair amount of points. The competition is honestly really in a what looks like a 10-horse race for the 4th and 5th spots right now.
So a race, Monster, right?
It's a race. It's a race for the 4th and 5th spots, no doubt.
As you can see here, Scopes hanging out, making sure he's hitting that med kit on the edge of zone, has the med miss as well. So normally I complain about, you're not min-maxing enough. Well, he is there because you don't want to carry the extra utility spot. And you see Brother is also still hanging out right on the edge of zone. So he's a solo trying to just hold a little bit of his weight here. Scope gonna get an extra stack of minis there. So he's gonna be very much so happy about that. It's him and Magnolia trying to make sure they get their resources in the right spot. Magnolia needing a little bit of shield. They should be heading towards zone, but we got a little bit of a stacker here, Monster. 81 players still up.
Yeah, and you know, that first game was big. Second game picked up the pace, and ever since, things just took a step back. I think players are genuinely realizing what's on the line right now for this qualifier. That you can go straight to finals. You don't want to end up in the semi-stages, but Jamper here, sniper in hand. That's a legendary one. Definitely tempting to carry into the game. Body tag from this will surely sting. Ooh, though. Duke and Jamper not look too hot for the exchanges here. They're losing, for the most part, a lot of the trades.
But the shield kegel offsets a decent amount of that, as you see. They can just kind of afford to leave a wall open and chip shots away, knowing that if they happen to bait a headshot, it'll end up worth it. But one thing to note is, in comparison to the burst AR, there is travel time on that sniper bullet. So anything past 200 meters or so, people can open and edit, throw a couple of those burst AR shots, and then close it and not have to worry about that shot coming through. See Jamper just kind of throwing him away, which is how you really want to utilize the sniper in this meta. But that was a white tag, Monster.
Huge tag here. They're trying to sneak one in the box. It's not going to go through. Only 34 damage above here. Definitely looking a little sketch here in game number 5, but hold up. Scope is down. 60 damage below the surge as well right now. We're in what I would call trouble in the paradise here. Now, again, 4th and 5th place, the point gap, right, between the rest of the lobby is really not there. They are right on the line, riding the line of all the other competitors.
Look who they're pushing into. Ritual and Neverfire are right on the other side, up and to the left of this. I have no clue how Scope got down. We saw them, they were running in the zone. He must have gotten to take a couple of shots, but they're trying to go immediately past another duo who had probably their first poor game in match number 4. They're looking to get right back onto the horse as we continue the racing metaphors here. I mean, they might not finish in first, but they might be able to just overtake one of those other jockeys in the final moments, and Magnolia and Scope are going to have to start opening up shots. 45 seconds till that Storm Surge comes through. 25 damage every 5 seconds to any of the teams that are below that damage threshold. They got to start throwing shots away, and we talked about kind of that 150 line being about right where rifling might not necessarily be effective anymore, and they're on the other side of it. You can already tell they're looking to get box to box. That's the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, you have Pledge and Teo. This is 5th and 6th who are both below Surge. They have to do something.
Look at this. They see a team down low inside the cone. 17 seconds remain here. They're going to try to jump straight down. They get tagged in the process, and now that slows down their momentum. Great tags here by Scoped here on the side line, but no, there's another team on the outside who had a little bit of a lining here onto Scoped, and all that momentum gone, shut down in a flash of a moment. And now they're just barely holding on, trying to break the tree here to open up this line of sight. They knew they got tagged from that general area. Here comes the Surge bombs. They should start raining in, but no. 10 above now. Okay, they have a little bit of time. Spade and Chip, however, do not. They are 80 damage below in a box fight as well.
Yeah, and you can see Spade trying to get the reset on the wall, trying to get in a position where he's able to do something, but because he's reset so far away, he's not able to then get it. Chimp goes down, Elite and Bank on a silver platter, not even silver, might as well be made of diamonds. That one was just gifted to him, brilliantly done to fight it defensively and recognize that Chimp and Spade were under threat from Storm Surge.
Now what's really cool about that elimination for Elite and Bank there is that they were 121 points coming into here, so they had about a 30 to 20 point buffer. But hold up, down low, Scoped and Magnolia get edited down in what is a classic defensive maneuver for a team that's being held up on from above. Magnolia jumps in for Scope's card, but he's standing on all these enemy builds. He's got to get out of there. There it is. He slips on out. But just talk about textbook, like, you know,
haven't seen that in forever.
Like years ago, that was a tactic that we would see honestly quite frequently and often. You'd catch players off guard. For them to fall to that one, that's just a classic move.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what we're talking about, generally you hear the term chopped for taking out high ground, which is when people are taking their pickaxes and hitting the walls. The thing is, there's audio cues for that. However, when you're editing constantly, you don't get an audio cue, or at least not as loud to when other people are shooting. So you'll see Magnolia trying to get himself dropped down in the circumstance, shots coming through, and he will get dropped down and taken out. So that was the conclusion of the fight there. But if you own all the walls underneath someone, and you just edit them into those little 1/3 walls, it'll break all the structures until they're too late to react. Now, Scopes could have mantled himself up a little bit and been able to not drop all the way down. However, the mechanic being brand new, it's really hard to get used to that, and unfortunately, they'll end up falling.
Yeah, it's honestly a tough one. It's hard to defend against as well if you get caught in that. So, a little bit of a, I would say, trickery at play, but...
Oh, absolutely trickery. I mean, that was a flea flicker, a reverse. I'm trying to think. I know some other football terms, I swear.
Yeah, definitely.
Fake punt. There you go. That's another one, I think. I sports. Yeah, I sports every now and then.
So let's talk about what that means, the significance to the tournament, guys. The 5th place team is down and out. This opens up that positioning for everyone else. It means that it's going to come down to the last game for Scoped and Magnolia. It's going to come down to the last game for anyone who is on the bubble, right on that lining right now. And that lining being just around 100 to 110 points. If you're in that general area, it is going to come down to the last game for those teams. And coming into this one, there were about 10 or so teams that were there. Elite and Bank breaking away, though. Those 6 points they got off their 2 elims. They could do just enough of one great performance here to just have a mediocre game next round and qualify. It's not going to be easy, but it is possible now.
Not quite living on easy street, more like moderately difficult, right? It's not like incredibly difficult. You're still gonna have like 1.5 decent games against some of the best players in NA East, but you've done the hard part so far, right? It's like getting all the way to the top of a mountain. You know, you've done all the hard work. The summit's right there, and you know the air's a little bit thinner up here, but most of the distance has been covered, and somebody who's got some more distance to cover up, but they've been moving pretty quickly in the past couple of games. The Energy duo, Clicks and Day, and they got some great space. And man, Monster, the zone's not doing basically anybody at NA East any favors, as we got tons of water in slight variable terrain here in this 4th circle.
Yeah, we've had about 2 or 3 zones where I think we can all scratch our heads and be like, yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Just an ouch happening right now, but Day and Clicks are in the better position when you really weigh it out compared to some of these others that are going to have to make what honestly is a predictable rotate. Like there's only this pathing here.
No.
It's one chunk of land. You have to face check directly into some of these teams. Vehicle play for Skittles and users ends up working out for them, but they are so far below the Storm Surge. They will have to fight here. 13 players have to go down. Illis and Jack have to do the same as well. They're in 10th place. This is honestly a great thing if you are Clicks and Day. These other teams that are effectively between them and where they want to be, top 5, are having all these issues. Stretch and Commandment are having issues as well. Shots coming in as they manage to try to find their tournament tags as well.
Pretty sure Commandment just caught a sniper shot there. He went from 200 HP to 130 real quick when the bottom left-hand corner, Duke and Jamper below Surge. Bottom right-hand corner, Illis and Jock currently sitting in 10th place. Guardians of that front page are going to pick up Nox. It's Nox onto Paper and Rokane back-to-back. Jock putting in huge work right when they need it. We also see Jamper picking up Shadow. Bucky gets Crispy. Pledge gets the confirmation on the Rokane as Vert gets Me Too and Cam gets Monkey in a Tree.
Great trades right here. The second time Cam's found Monkey this game, so big on him to continue to rack up some points there. Illis and Jack now edge their way up to 9th. Skittles and users find their way to 7th, so progression being made for our bubble teams here now. Finally, jumping into that 100-point threshold there. A single elim separates 7th and 6th here. Can they break it open a little bit more as Joji's on the run right now? Joji and Rokane no longer having that tournament run that they started off with right now.
Rokane down just on the back of Joji, but Joji had a great solo clutch in the
zone.
first game. I was about to say, look at the zone monster. Everyone on the southern part, everyone on the north part was banking on that pole, but instead we go northwest, and most of the people are going to have to move, which means we're going to see the feed light up. Jock gets his third. Stretch ends up going down to the zone there, not quite able to get out, and maybe, just maybe, if second place falls here, just inside the cascading placement points, we could have a little bit of movement way at the top. Stretch gets confirmed. Commandment, with just 90 effective HP, is looking for some room.
You know what, and I want to get a hats off to Stretch there, who dropped the launch pad, recognizing, I'm going to go down, Commandment, save yourself. And he gives it to Commandment right then and there, who only had an additional tick basically between them and the lobby, and that's going to keep their tournament run alive. And now breaking into top 25, so it was worth it. It was worth points, and they're starting to benefit from just that. Nevify and Ritual, however, after that last game, their worst game, they're in this end game, and it's only Nevify right now. He gets chopped in from below. They already took the wall, and that little bits of letting your guard down is what sends him back to the lobby. And now one less team for a player like Users and Skittles to worry about.
Users in the top right, Commandment in the bottom right. On the wide, up on the high ground. Why am I surprised? Luminosity Gaming Jamper, Dignitas Duke. If you look up there, even odds, heck, maybe even better than even odds. They've been up there the entire time. Every game in this 5th to 6th transition, we've seen them, and this time going for a deep pad recycle where Duke is going to take almost the entirety of his white HP, plus 7 ticks when he had a closer one. So long rotation coming out, and they don't have to burn their own pad. Looking to try and potentially take height again, but instead going to box up in metal, use their chug splashes, and get back to full HP as we see Vote and Accept going late, and Accept gets beamed out of the sky.
Not only that, Commandment is still alive as well, working this outskirt here. Take a look at him holding on to his life by a thread here. Jack and Illis fighting for high ground here. They're in 8th right now. 6th and 7th are still alive on high ground. Jamper and Duke managed to pull that back around. Clicks and Day is also still alive right now. In the feed, Commandment knocks onto Haji, and that's a full finish there too. So Commandment racking up more, punching his way, solidifying his way to the finals right now. If he can do a little bit more, it should be enough as we start getting into that last game here. And he is actually above the Surge as well.
The full confirm put him all the way above the Surge, and he needed that as a solo. Only one more duo will have to go down, and Surge will turn off, and it might end up being Users on the backside of the zone. Yes, it is. Surge is off. We're moving closer to the top 15. Each duo that drops is an additional point going through, and Duke and Jamper want to put a stamp on that qualification now. They said, you had a question at the start, but we have an answer. Yes, we will be there. But Commandment
On the top right of your screen is looking to continue his solo run. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have the third place. So first, second, and third still all up on their feet, looking to make the qualification run here in game number 5, saying we don't need game number 6.
But I'm most interested in Jack and Illis, who are alive right now on that outskirt, now in 4th place. Clicks and Day, who are alive, leading the rotate on the front zone, now in 12th here. They've managed to jump their way on up as well. And if you're on height, I mean, you're feeling really good about this, but hold up, they have a little bit of pressure here. The Wallace Dukes, though, and with a clean side jump, what looks so sketchy, he lands a punishing shot onto D-Roller, and D-Roller goes running back down to low ground, straight into the water there to try and stay up just a little bit longer. And now as players start to fall here, remember, with every player that falls, more and more points get given out. Clicks, unfortunately, does go down there. That's just a knock, though. It's up to Day to squeeze him out here, but Elite is on the run here. He's going to get hit once, twice, and stays alive with just 7 HP now.
Day gets cleaned up. Jock also ends up going down, so Dan Clicks out in 12th. Oliver OG gets cleaned up. Elite gets cleaned up. And Penn ends up getting Fatch after they got forced down. And Illis just makes Edan vanish. And no, I'm not talking about his org. Great shot coming out from Illis. He dips and dodges back into the zone, finds the chug splashes, finds the miss, and a little bit of room for reprieve. Ascended and Colt are starting to get running. 9 elims for them, up into 4th place. They said, Quiet Day who? Nah, we're just a little bit of a late starter.
Look at that. Illis is going to start making his way back to the Storm right now. Can he make it in time? That sprint mechanic is so nice as he manages to run his way right back into the safety here. Medmiss is going to start coming out. 4th and 5th are still alive here, sitting on top of one another. Cold needs to get this big heal off here. Scented is just lit up as well. He's trying to get off any med kit or bandages possible. The med kit is going to come through. Here's Cam and Bucky, though. Cam and Bucky also flying their way up the standings now into 7th place. Put them back in the conversation here. It's Cold, though, who gets the big shot here onto Serve, the knock, and the full finish now. And they are at 10 eliminations, trying to set up the biggest game we have seen here today. But Illis is trying to come through and put something in the works. Pikes puts up a good fight. Down goes Cold. He finds Scented potential here. One more tag is all he's going to need, and out the side he goes. Pikes is putting up such a great fight.
And this is one of the duos we talked about at the start. Is this like, hey, just disengage. It's not worth it. Go to play endgame. Monster, they're playing endgame, and they're in top 3 with 2 of the best duos in NA East. Cam with a sick mantle trying to get over the side, but Champer and Dukes, they want to put a stamp on it. 181, they said, Sundown, it's not just a stamp. We already put it in the mailbox. It steals. Pikes gets one knock, but he can't get the finish all the way through. And Bucky and Cam up on the high ground, raining down shots. Fish in a literal barrel. 10 eliminations in the victory royale for the Daily Bugle duo.
And what a sick little watery finish there in what was a difficult endgame. Cam and Bucky with the crazy performance. When they came into this game, they were around 12th, 13th place, and now they find themselves inside that top 5 position here in a race for the finish. And what a game it was. A 62-point victory royale. My gosh.
Yeah, that's going to help it. I mean, somebody's gun said it during our last break before this game. During the game, we just kept calling out in match number 4 how, wow, Bucky and Cam got another one. Hey, they got another one. And it was the same thing in this match. And Monster, all of a sudden, you put together 2 really good games when your first 2 weren't so good, and you got a shot.
Yeah, what excites me is that all these placement points are on the line now. 4th, 5th, and 3rd might just be available here, guys. So take us into this last game, y'all.
Yo, I mean, Cam and Bucky, we'll get to those guys in a second because they are rocketing. They're up the leaderboard there. But massive shout out, SBG. We've got Cold and Scented coming out of nowhere. Suddenly your pick is looking mighty, mighty fine. But Vivid, I mean, we have Duke and Jamper to talk about as well. First things first, Cold and Scented. This duo, you picked them SBG, but Vivid, they've really made a play now to top this leaderboard to, in some capacity, break their way into this top 5. If you're going to do it, Game 5 is the time to strike.
I mean, look at these highlights, SVG. Where are they at? They are on the low ground. This is what Scented is known for. And he's got the young blood in Cold to hit these shots, to follow these tarps, and make the most out of these positions. They pick up 10 eliminations before going down because Pikes honestly put on quite a show there towards the end. But huge game for Scented and Cold and for you, SVG.
Yeah. Great game from them, but I mean, that's where they want to be, and they just slay out. We saw them get 10 elims. They cleaned up that low ground. But they weren't the only team. We had 3 teams make a big climb up the leaderboard, Bucky and Cam being one of them, and they just absolutely obliterated that lobby, taking their own 10 elims, but they do a little bit extra getting that victory royale.
I know we saw 20 places they jumped up in that previous game. Suddenly here they get a victory royale, I think 10 eliminations as well, Vivid. I mean, again, we'll go through the leaderboard in a second and look at who's in contention for those high places to get into finals after today's qualifier. But they got the high ground. They made sure they took it off of Jamper and Dukes. They had a great position going into this game 6. And here we can see they've really rocketed up into 4th place. Now, this is crazy. They were in 15th, I think, before.
Yeah, Jamper and Duke doing it very, very well. They did get that 2nd place right there, but Bucky and Cam, like you mentioned it, they flew up like 20 positions before SPG and another 11 to put themselves in the 4th place position. It was a great close there, but also Scented and Cold sneaking up as well. They put themselves in top 5. Let's not forget, top 5 as we go into this last game is how you get directly to finals. So a lot to play for looking at this leaderboard.
And this is an absolute crazy match because we had a team break or tie the record for the most points in the game earlier. Then Bucky and Cam say, all right, hold on, we'll top that. We'll take a bigger match and have the most points in NA East thus far. And now we see, okay, it may be close, but there's plenty of opportunities for any of these teams. Our top 3, you might be okay, but you have to make it into that 5th zone. Everyone else could make a 50, 60-point game because you could say it's impossible. We've seen it done twice already today.
Yeah, we saw as well there, I think 13th position at 108 points. You can see there to get into the top 5 there where Cold and Scented are. You know, we're looking at about 20 points, 23 points give or take here, which is absolutely doable. That's between 13th and 6th there. So everyone's trying to break into that top 5. You can see now, Cold and Scented have what, a 7-point lead as well going into this final game. There's so much to play for. Teams below that, particularly kind of looking through 6th through 10th there, who are all still in contention, 20 points or so away in 10th position there. Vivid, what is going to have to happen in this game to break through into that top? We see Scoped and Magnolia have done superbly at the course of this tie. We featured a lot of these teams in our post-match breakdowns, but who do you see going all the way here? What's going to happen in this last game?
Honestly, that is a tough call to make. I'm not even going to make the call because, listen, my prediction at the start of the day was clicks a day, so and they're not doing too hot, so I feel like any prediction I make right now is probably not going to be a good one. But going into the last game, I mean, these teams that are just outside of that bubble here, they really got to hope for 2 things to happen. One, you got to hope that these top 5 players don't have a good game, right? Because if they have a good game, then that pretty much just seals the deal. You can't really catch up if you're already 20 points behind. But if they do have a bad game, then you yourself also have to have a very good game. So these teams just got to play to their strengths and really hope that it just kind of works itself out.
Yeah, it really is going to be anyone's game because we've seen so many teams fall early. The only 2 that have been consistent are the top 2 on the leaderboard. Everyone else has had at least one bad match where they're not picking up 10, 20 points. So really, when you saw that second page, people were in the 90s, high 80s. That is very doable. A 50-point game is not impossible, and we could see it here. Hey, maybe even your boys Day and Clicks do it here for you, Vivid.
Everything crossed. Just to clarify as well, I did definitely pick Jamper and Duke at the beginning of the show. And they're currently in first. Just saying. Hashtag just saying. Obviously, we have one last game to go. Chat, make sure to get as interactive as you can with us as well here on the desk and the casters as well, of course, Sundown MDF. Let us know who you think is going to go all the way here. This is the last game of Qualifier 2. It's all to play for. This is it. Let's head over to Sundown and to Monster and see exactly what's in store.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SVG. And with 1 game left to go, the leaderboard looks a little different than it did on Friday, Monster. I think we're going to get some final game dramatics.
Yeah, listen, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place were sniped by 3 new teams, straight up. When you look at how they all jumped up, 5, 7, and 11 placements, that shows that it can happen this game too. Those 3 spots can easily get taken away as quickly as they were claimed in that last game. That is how much room teams can jump up. So if you're outside the top 15, it might just be over. But if you're within it, a 60-point victory royale is possible. 32 points for the win, 3 points for elimination. It sounds like a lot, but it's not impossible, Sundown.
No, it definitely adds up. And don't forget, even if you don't get a top 5 spot, there is still serious points on the line. There's still that semifinal and a qualifier to be played next week. But one more match to go. Let's get on the bus.
All right, here we have it. Game number 6 of the FNCS qualifier number 2. This weekend has been an explosive weekend of games and Fortnite. We've seen so much competition and some of the best head-to-heads and the biggest names going against one another, most particularly, of course, around the Joneses area where Scoped and Magnolia have gone toe-to-toe with Clicks and Date every single round since the beginning of today. And then, of course, the Command Cavern where Nico and Polarize have been bested by what we saw, a great performance from Elite and Bank. Here at the Greasy Grove, this fight has also been raging on round after round. Aoxy and Swirl take a bit of a different approach here. From time to time, you know, they do go to the suburban areas. It seems like another team's decided to kind of jump in here. Not sure who it is just yet, though.
Yeah, you see Threats already knocked over on the side. Swirl, very minimal amount of HP. Fights going down over the cooler. We saw Aoxy get just shafted when it came to loot. But will he be able to do it with just the Stinger SMG? Gets the wall replaced, tries to push in onto Rise. Rise backs him up immediately. The shotgun doing a bunch of work. He's able to get Swirl too. The weapon advantage going over to him right now. Some quick floppers pop by Aoxy, but some mini shields on the other side of Rise. He has that shotgun and he has okay swap weapons. Not great, but if he's able to get a bead with them, they're gonna hurt. One more 32 tag from the weapon will do it. Rise just needs to find Aoxy. He's playing very well defensively right now.
He's got to be quick, though, because there is a player behind him starting to run their way across the street here. So they'll be entering into this building in no time now. Rise does get the shot, and there goes a 6-point swing, but he doesn't start breaking out now. It might just be Raps here. It's Sui who's outside the wall. And it looks like they try to ambush their way in. Walkers and Sui are not going to find anything, but their HP is back up now. So here comes the confidence push. Up the back door. Rise sees it coming. He grabs the wall, though. And Sui finds some big tags here. Should be Raps here for Rise. If you're Rise and Threats, what do you take away from today's tournament, Sundown?
I think they need to replan their drop right off of the rip. It seems like they've had a strategy that they're trying to end up sticking to, but it's just not paying out, especially now as Walkers and them have been able to kind of squeeze over from the side. We see Botboy Trev able to clean up P-God there. Nice little shot that he found over on the side. Shadow and Me Too, using those zip lines to try and rotate back inward. A pretty far away to go. We see Nico pick up Silent in the feed if he's able to get that confirmation. That's 3 more points over to him as we're having a little bit of a quicker lobby. We see Me Too trying to line up the shot, but just a hair left.
A little bit of an old school fight right there as well, reminiscent of the last FNCS in that general area. But take a look at Nico here as he's sliding up on a car. Does look like it's Jivvy there, slides all the way across. Doesn't quite close the distance all the way just yet. Can he get something going here? No, just a single elim for Nico right now, so not bad by any means. Forcing Jivvy off in the distance. Nico now, though, pushing into what is another player. It's Silent, and he uses the zip line there to go ahead and break those builds and then finish that elim. So Command Cavern being the house of action right now, as we expected. As long as Elite and Bank escape out of there, though, I think we'll feel okay. About to drop for Jack and Illis, the team that's holding on to 5th place right now. And when I say holding on, I mean it. They are just a couple points ahead of the rest. This is one of those spots that are on the line here.
Yeah, looking at that top 5, they were just on the outside, looking in, trying to gather as many points as they can. Right now we can see the 127 CS right now, but so did Shadow. No OMG Me Too, and Shadow gives him a little chicken dance saying, what are you doing? Come on, I'm just a solo. Push me. That's what he wants. And, well, Skibber, see you. Going to oblige. He says, push you, I will. And he pushes him all the way out of the lobby. And that's going to be it for qualifier number 2 for OMG Me Too and Shadow. They'll have to go back, lick their wounds, and try and come back a little bit stronger here next week as we'll swing back on over. Stretch of Commandment currently sitting in 2nd place, but in the feed, a knock clicks onto Scopes. Where have we seen that one? As Day on the right-hand side of your screen trying to chase down Magnolia, saying, nah, this time we're getting the entire 2-piece, but Magnolia says, are you sure? Maybe a bit off, a little bit more you can chew. Maybe you need a Heimlich maneuver there, because he backs Day off real quick in that 1v2.
And honestly, you got to respect Magnolia, who's been competing for such a long time. Honestly, one of the OGs in our space. Give the man his flowers here. It's not looking too hot as he's getting chased down by Clix. Clix, who, of course, is equally as talented. Now, though, swinging around the top. A shot away from wrapping this one up here. And that's going to be 6 points for Clix and Day. 2 elims of the 10 they would need. A 5th of the work down. Sundown, who knows?
I mean, they're going to feel good about it, right? Like being able to close out that fight, particularly when you see the names on the other side of it. And they've been, I mean, we've used the analogy, a thorn in your side, but it's more like been a tack on your seat where every time you sit down, you're like, ow, that was sharp. And then you go and you sit down again. And it's like, please remind me to remove that tack next time I sit down, okay? Right? And then finally they went over the seat, and rather than just removing the tack, they threw the whole thing out the window. They're just like, no, we're done with you. And I feel like that's where Clix and Day are at right now. And if they can kind of like keep that momentum, where it's just like that feel-good moment where you're like, oh yeah, that tack is just completely gone. I really own that tack, and they could turn that into more. I mean, they got one more chance, and they're no strangers to needing to push the pace a little bit. Because right now we see another team who's right around them in terms of points. Skittles, users, they find Polarize on the other side of that, and it's pretty good shots there from Skittles. Honestly, those hipfire burst shots are very difficult. He hit nearly every one.
Yeah, and we're watching teams that want it just as much. Users and Skittles now find themselves a great elimination there. Nico, unfortunately, has to go running. He wants even a chance at earning a little bit more series points here for Day and Clix. What could be their next potential battle is in front of him to the left there. Don't think Day recognized that was a opportunity to take some shots, and just like that, you can run past opponents and not even realize how close you are to danger, right? Or just being sent back to the lobby or vice versa.
Yeah, but the scan will give them a little bit more of that much needed information, and talk about how information is key basically in any competitive game, right?
Yes.
Like if you're able to utilize that information and inform your decision making, you can cut down on the number of negative consequences for your actions, right? And always you want to be the most optimal in what you're doing, and it doesn't matter what game you're playing. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a video game. The same is true for chess, checkers, like any other nondescript game that can go through there. Information is always key, and particularly so in Fortnite, whether it's how much shield somebody has, what weapon they're rocking. Did you hear a sniper rifle from that direction? Did they just use a chug splash? All of that can give you just a little bit more that you can use to your advantage. And here in Game 6, teams need absolutely everything, and Oliver OG and Jeff are one of those teams who are basically in spitting distance of that top 5.
I was just going to say all the 5 population that considers chess to be a video game are raging right now, but back on over to the fight right here.
Hey man, chess is a video game, whatever. It doesn't matter, it can be played virtually. I mean, it's fine.
It's fine. It's a category on the platform, so we'll take it. For Jeff and Oliver OG, they're in 10th place. This is a massive, massive fight up against, is this Walkers, right? Walkers duo here find themselves in a storm right now. Again, Walkers and Sui, I mean, fighting with nothing left to lose here. This is their last game. They can't realistically find a top 10, but Jeff and Oliver OG can. They can find the top 10 here. They can get these 6 points. I mean, they'll be that much closer, but looking beyond that, they need an end game, and Jeff goes down first. Not before putting down a big shot, though, and Oliver OG does the wrong thing. He turns and runs and gets punished for it. He couldn't really face the music there, and Walkers and Sui end their tournament run there.
Yeah, and that's one of those moments where it's just a little tense. You're getting pressured. You know you need to take this fight. You know you need to close it out. You have to do everything perfectly. And then some dude just comes barreling into your box with a drum shotgun, and all the decision making goes out the window, right? Like, it's that moment where like you're waiting, trying to do everything perfectly, and then somebody just runs right up to you. It's the famous saying, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Well, that was a heck of a punch there from Scare Bear Sui, who is really just trying to get it rolling. And you talked about, hey, maybe they can't place in the top 10, but each one of those series points matters if they want an opportunity. If they can't get in that top 5 next week, they could potentially be seen again in the semifinals, but only if they're able to gather up those points.
And honestly, right now, Tailwind Pledge, they should be happy the Storm Surge didn't activate when you have a team like Commandment and Stretch just nearby. So no warning means no pressure to battle right now, or no indication of where you are, right? Like, do we need to fight right now? Have we done enough? And just like that, teams get to edge away for a little bit longer. Right, Sentinel and Cold here just managing their material counts right now. Down at the Fortress, seems like zones are pulling up north. It's about time we get a northwestern finish. Wouldn't be what I feel like a Fortnite weekend without it. Seems so common as it appears regularly, but hold up. Armored Walls coming out here from Rituals and Neverfy. Our sleeper trio or duo here on the day, I think. I think it's fair to say they've been the dark horse of the day.
Yeah, had very strong opening 3 games, a little bit of a stall in matches number 4 and 5, but you still see them just on the outside looking in currently in that 8th place spot. Also important to note that Bucky and Cam are down. Bucky and Cam are out. They are not in this game, so they will be unable to push towards that top 5 and likely are going to end up being overtaken. That means that slot in the battle for 4th and 5th opened up a little bit more.
A little unfortunate, but these things do happen. On over to Ritual Neverfy, though. They want to continue to take their opportunities into the late game, so they try to get to a boat and skate on out. They're surrounded by teams that are just fearlessly sending in shots, but Beast is going to back up and give them a little bit of space. That's all that Ritual and Neverfy could have honestly hoped for. A little bit of room between these players. That's why they backed up in the first place here from a team like Chimp and Spade. Such a dangerous duo there. And of course, if you're the player, you don't know necessarily who this team is, but you can tell pretty quickly if they're good or not. Some of the top pros are just a little bit different, just a little bit faster.
Well, I mean, I'd say good as a relative scale. Anybody in this lobby would make me look very particularly bad, but throw me in an average arena game, let's be honest, I'll still look very bad. Now, with that being said, these guys, they kind of get into the habit of knowing who they're versing. They see a couple little moves, and they're like, okay, like, I think I recognize that outfit. I know who might be rocking that. And Jock needs to be careful with these little bunny hops as he caught, I believe... No, it's just 2 body shots in a row there. Didn't catch a headshot, but is forced to burn into one of those big pots. We talk about how any damage is above that kind of 50 to 100 line can end up being key. And on the right side of your screen, Sentinel Cold trying to take a rotation here with this IO card, but we talk about teams getting a line on you and heading straight towards them. They're able to punish, and their card gets ripped almost from full down to just 53 HP, and they're going to bail it, but Monster, it got into the zone. Nice little taxi service.
Yeah, it did, and now it's got him on Ritual. Neverfy's box, an important fight right now. If 8th goes down, this opens up potential room for 5th. Great tags come through from Scented here. Remember, this is our 4th place team here, so any of these teams on the bubble are still their equal competitors and problems and issues, because if they fall early, you don't want anyone in striking distance still alive standing in the lobby to tell the tale. Clicks, however, is going to find 2 more there too. I talked about they did a 5th of the work. 2/5 now potentially in the bag here. Can they continue to do more? There's a lot of players up, and a lot of it's tournament play that's still available here.
Yeah, still plenty of points on the board. Don't forget, +3 per each elimination. The first place in point has already been given out. Also, very important to note, no Storm Surge warning in this game. That's going to make the 5th zone very awkward, because you don't kind of get that tag that lets you know, hey, you need to press a little bit. I also want to call out here, I love Ritual's name. Ritual XYZ123W key, like, that's real nice. We need more names like that. Because right now you see... So yeah, right, it took me a little bit. I didn't actually read all the way through. I'm like, oh, that's nice. It's clever. Okay. As now we hop on board here
Tahi and Paper. And if you look, pretty much all of the teams who are in that 1st through 10th spot still right up on the board. Commandment going to pick up an Elam onto Okies there. I mean, they're basically already through with the performance that they've had so far and picking up a couple points here. Joji also getting Av in the feed. Demonics finally will end Scare Bear and Walker's run as they were able to have a ton of points. Tahi finds some great tags on the edge of the zone. Might be able to slip through and find an Elam here.
Big for Tahi and Paper right now. They can get these points that'll jump them up just a little bit, get them one step closer to taking that 5th place position, which is currently being housed by Illis and Jock. On the side, though, our 6th place team of Pledge and Taya, who are also edging their way closer and closer. About 10 points off the beat here if they want to get to 5th. It's just a couple Elans, guys. Can all change at any moment if one team goes down.
That moment, bottom left-hand corner, Ritual finds tags, finds white tags towards the side. That's Tahi, who's going to end up actually finding the knocks and the confirm there. So points keep going over, keeping an eye on the top left as best we can. Roque ends up finding another one. That's on the W carry. Pamstow gets one of himself. Kyoto gets one as Ritual continuing to find much needed shots, and he's doing a good job of picking the correct angles, clearing the sight lines, trying to find players he's able to just rain shots into as Chimp finds one. Keys gets another.
This is the last game, guys. The last opportunity of qualifier number 2 right now to make this top 5 and get straight to finals. In the feed, Chimp is going to finally fall here. Crispy, Monkey, and Shiesty as well. Brother goes down to Paper. Paper and Tahi, who are in that final stretch, of course, for the top 5 as well. Tahi there is going to find the teammate of Eden. These are big eliminations here. I know we're looking at Ritual and Nevify, who are trying to do just that as well, but for Paper and Tahi, look, they're in 8th place as well. They're just tied up for this spot here, coming down to the elims there, tying the game for them.
I don't know if you saw that, but Ritual was able to snag a pad with that harpoon at pretty much max range. He moved forward to try and get some of the excess mats, but keep an eye on that pad. That could be huge for keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner. Day and Clicks are done. The NRG duo who tried to come roaring out of the station, and unfortunately, they got just derailed from the tracks. As now, we'll take a look. We already saw Tahi posted up on this cone peak angle, just throwing shots towards the backside of the zone, and was able to find those pairs. We were talking about it. It's Mikey going down over in the sides with some good shots woven in there as we hop back on board with our current 8th place team. And Monster, I know I talked about it before, no Storm Surge again this game, so no check-in, only the 7th zone potential surge to come in, and teams are going to have no clue where they're going.
Yeah, at this point, the pacing of the game, we'll see if we even get there. This zone here, though, there's only one little mountain in play, and it's the one that Tahi and Paper are on. If it comes this way, that 5th place spot might just be written in stone for them. They'll have all the advantage in the lobby. Larson is going to fall there, though. Zone's going to pop, and seems like players are going to have to get a move on it here shortly.
Yep, gonna have to wiggle their way on over to the southern part of the zone. Joji and Rokane posted up there. Nope, never mind, I lied as we swing on into Scented and Cold. They're exactly where they want to be. Low ground, priority side of the zone, 4th place, making it into endgame. We're already into the cascading placement points with 23 duos up. They just need to hold on. They don't need to press. They don't need to try and get anything more. They know that they're in that top 5. They just need to stay there. In the bottom right-hand corner, currently our 2nd place team. In the bottom left-hand corner, currently our 7th place team. And you can see the gap between 7th and 4th is still about 20 points, which means if you're one of the teams in between 6th and 10th, you're looking to really make it in the end game. A 10th with a bunch of elims isn't going to do it. You need a top 3.
Yeah, you're going to need those extra placement points to edge you over the competition here. Commandment and Stretch have managed to somehow save a vehicle all the way this far, and it's extremely healthy, and they just come barreling on down off to the new zone.
Bottom right.
Take a look, though. Usually Skittles are up. Jack is hurt. Down he goes. Illis is out as well. And 5th place all of a sudden becomes available. The sun cracks through the clouds here, and there is an opportunity. A glimmer of hope reveals itself to the lobby, and now we have ourselves a race for 5th.
And Jackson might have just closed the glimmer of the dream there
for Rokane and Joji as Rokane pushed forward and he just got slapped down immediately. Joji took a bunch of shots in the back, but one of the teams we were talking about currently sitting in 7th place, Users and Skittle with a little bit of room on the side of the zone. We're in the end game, and don't forget, we'll get a warning for Surge here too. 6 duos potentially could go down. Keeping an eye, 7th is in the top of your screen, 6th in the bottom left, 4th is in the bottom right.
Saw Paper and Tahi in the distance there as well. This could be Teo and Pledge's day. It could be Paper and Tahi's. It could be any of these other teams that are just about there. Now that 5th place is no longer in the lobby here. But of course, there's still about 10, 15, 20 or so points that separate them. That's a lot of eliminations and much more placement. So there's still a ways to make it through here. Let's see it though. Teo and Pledge trying to set up this launch pad here. Here goes the zone. It's going to start moving. Out they go. They were the furthest back here. And off on over to this airship they go. Can't build here though. Has to be careful. The mantle comes on up, and that's the beauty of the new movement and mechanic in the game. Look at this. They find themselves right underneath tons of enemy builds. What they're going to do about it? They're going to coast alongside this. Tahi and Paper are going for it. Shots come in. 8th place versus 6th place, such a huge exchange there. Pledge goes down, and we might see another opportunity open up here, but it's not over yet. He has to finish the deed here. Teo is hurt. He goes running. Tahi's hurt too. There goes the Siphon. He got a couple points, but he's down to nothing, and Tahi is out, down, and it's over. It's open now for Users and Skills here. Can they climb up and finish the job, or can Teo and company do the rest?
Commandment, bottom right-hand corner, picks up another one, and if you're somebody trying to push for that top 5, every Elim Commandment and stretch get is awesome for you. You want the points going to somebody who has already qualified. You don't want somebody leaping over you, but you also need to remember about doing enough for yourself. And why am I not surprised, looking all the way up on height, Duke and Jamper yet again. Somebody at NA East has got to do something about this. Otherwise, I worry for the finals. But somebody who's worried about just trying to get there, Ritual needs to put the team on his literal back as Nevify is down, and so are all of his shields as he gets chipped out. He's playing for the late, needs to start looking for some kind of elimination at the bottom right-hand corner. Teo doing the same. We have 2 individuals trying to make the Dream Run monster. Can either of them do this?
Both of them are going for a similar play as well, sitting in the zone right now, trying to get as much placement as possible. Ritual is a little safer here as he has the edge. Users is still alive as well on the side of the zone there, but here it is. Ritual starts to slide, and he finds one huge elimination there, and that's going to jump him up a couple more points that he desperately needs here, and off to the next layer as well. Down to 40 mats, though. He is starting to run out of builds here, and the lobby's beginning to compress. If he can just stay alive on these enemy builds, he'll get so many placement points and a little bit more as well. Here it is. The wall's open. He goes in, and another 3. No. Down caught to 2, though, and there it is. He is out and shut down. Users and Skittles are not going to do enough either. It's up to Users by himself now. Teo is popping off, and he claims 5th. He is in it. 132 here, a little bit more, and Teo could have done it. It's down to Teo and Users, who will out-survive one another for this position here.
1 point separating them right now. 131 in the top right, 132 in the bottom right. Both solos pushing through. Both have very limited mats. In fact, Users has none. 4 on Teo, 3 on Teo. My eyes are glued to the right side of the screen. Doesn't matter what's on the left. We already know Duke and Jamper on the high ground. Users goes for it. He opens up, and he's down. No. Teo has the lead. Teo has taken it away in the 5th place spot. The individual effort with just a single build. Can anybody overtake them going through, or will Teo not living up to his name? There is no noob here. Might as well call him FNCS finalist Teo as he continues finding room, and he finds a Medbis monster.
And at this point, these placement points start to come through as well as teams start to fall here. You know, just one more elimination, that'll just seal the deal all the way through. Bank and Elite, however, are still alive as well. It's 3rd versus 2nd on the low ground. That's Scented and Commandment who have made it this far. And what a day, what a game for our participants today. Here it is, back with Teo right now. And remember, in his setting right now, he feels everything, and down goes Elite. And he gets the full confirmed elimination there. 137 for Teo. You continue to push on.
keeping an eye, Accept and Voil were in 8th place, and their points keep going up. Teo gets taken down. Let's take a look. Accept and Voil, 122. If they can run it out and maybe do something, they might have a chance, but they need some eliminations, and they need the VR. And with barely 5 HP between the two of them, but Voil has flops. Voil has flops. If he can find just a little bit of room, he might go down intentionally to let his teammates have. He looks for the opportunity. He doesn't pop the flop, and the opportunity gets taken away. Jamper, he knows about closing the door, and he shuts it emphatically. And first and second are battling it out for the top spot. Everybody here is qualified. Everybody here will be in the finals. It's all about just putting the defining mark on it right now. And Cold is looking for a little bit of room. Jamper trying to get out towards the side, and Cold comes flying into the zone, saying, what are you swinging at? What are you looking at? It's not me, because the temperature dropped. Cold going for the VR, mantles up, and that was freaking sexy from Cold. That was so good. If you want an example of a new clips of the movement, show them that.
Such a clean elimination right there. Cold jumps up and closes out in what we can call today's fashion. Let's take a look at it one more time. The slip and slide. Down goes Jamper, out the side, off to the left, and closes the game there. And again, he's going to finals, no doubt about it. Cold sent to come out in game number 6 and shut down qualifier number 2.
Yo, that was sick.
So
he was
clean.
on 0 builds going back through, and I mean, the back-to-back, there's a reason everyone has talked about this kid Cold from the start of the chapter, basically. They were so hyped going through, and he shows you why, but what a finish to end qualifier number 2 Monster.
Man, and Teo and Pledge, what they managed to do there as well. Up against User, such a heartbreaking moment for some there. But of course, we get to celebrate Teo's clutch, and then he just drops Elite there with one of the cleanest shots. And you know, at that point, he must have felt so good, Sundown.
Yeah, everyone must have felt good, but that is it from qualifier number 2. Happy Mother's Day to all of you out here watching. Thank you for letting your children participate in this. Thank you for letting us do everything we do. And special shout out to Mom. I love you. Thank you for letting me talk about video games all the time. We're going to kick it back on over to the desk to wrap it on up. Adam, Vivid, SVG, take us home.
Thank you so much, boys. Massive shout out to MDF and Sundown, bringing so much hype and energy. That last game was absolutely incredible. I don't think any of us saw that, but that Teo versus Users, it was all to play for. 1 point separating the two duos there, and it was so exciting to watch. But at the same time, SPG's beaming. His team, Colton said that he predicted earlier on, absolutely crushing, getting the victory royale. But let's take a look at Users here. I mean, we can see their POV here, Vivid. I mean, it was an incredible battle. Everything was on the line.
Yeah, amazing showing here. NA East always loves to bring it down to this last game here, to where everybody's just fighting for that top 5 spot. And man, you gotta give it to Teo towards the end there. I do believe he ended up clutching up that top 5 slot, but we will see here just shortly. But you know, Adam, you mentioned it, cold and scented. SPG, how you feeling?
Hey, taking over that back half, but that last game was a perfect culmination of this tournament. Like, let's be honest, it was Jamper and Duke on high ground doing what they've done almost every game. We had Scented Commandment owning the low ground, and then we had 4th, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 8th, all in the mid ground somewhere, and it was just like, no way is this actually happening in the last game of a tournament. But hey, shout out to Cold, man. That kid has ice in his veins, clutching up and making sure his team's going to the tournament, you know, or going to the finals. But it's so impressive to see this kid. He just constantly is putting on a highlight reel, and he's taking that next step, if I have to say so myself.
Yeah, our rising star of tomorrow. I mean, that's the great thing as well. We say this about the FNCS all the time, that yes, we celebrate the veterans, the names that we know and love, but there's also the new kids on the block as well. These are your top 5 who've qualified for the finals in a few weeks' time. This is a qualifier to top 5 right here, and what a 5-piece it is here, Viv. We can see Jamper and Duke on top with 224 points, and in 5th position, Teo and Pledge indeed clutch up in the 5th position with 143 points.
Yeah, you gotta love when a duo clutches up at the very last game. So shout out to Teo and Pledge for putting on that show. But listen, SPD, what's awesome about these qualifiers is that, right, we saw Aders and Kanata, Aders and Kanata in qualifier 1, they were kind of ruling the high ground, right? And it wasn't really making it possible for any other duo to kind of take a hold of that high ground. And Jamper and Duke came out today like, listen, we know that there's nobody really going to be contested for high ground, and they took full advantage of that. Shot all the way up to 224 total plays. But even more impressive, in my opinion, was the showing of Commandment and Stretch. The versatility in their play styles, their playbook, being able to play high ground, mid ground, and low ground, all while doing it so consistently, was for sure what stole the show for me today.
Yeah, and we haven't talked enough about Elite and Bank and Teo and Pledge. Both of those teams were able to secure those victory royales, able to get themselves just enough placement points to get into that top 5. I mean, Elite and Bank, in one of the craziest end games I've seen this year, were somehow managed to get on top of that high ground and then just keep it as it went over the mountain and back again. And then Teo and Pledge, we saw them on high ground earlier in the day, but honestly, it was their consistency in that mid ground, able to stay alive and just enough elims. We see those top 3 teams they slayed out. They had so many elims, and all the victory royales, or at least 5 out of 6 of the victory royales, you guys are moving on.
Yeah, you can see here as well, Jamper and Duke, our winning duo today, coming in first position here. These are their stats. Let's walk through some of these here, Vivid. A spotlight on this duo, 224 points, but average eliminations and placement looking mighty good indeed.
Yeah, let's remember, this was a set lobby, right? We were only missing technically 5 of the best duos on this region that are already through the finals, and to put up these numbers over these 6 games, an average placement of around 8, average eliminations almost 5, and look at that highest point game, 56. They really did put on a show today. I loved to pretty much see them on the high ground almost every single game, but then there were moments where, you know, they lost at high ground, but then still did well. So that versatility in their play style is really what separated them from the pack today.
Yeah, and the consistent Fortnite is so incredibly difficult to do considering there's so many variables. You have to understand how difficult this game is to play with. You got to worry about heals, you got to worry about other players, you got to worry about builds, the edits, literally everything goes on, and somehow these guys have managed to make it through end game and not only do it, but do it in a dominant fashion. They have to be one of our favorites going into finals based on this performance.
I think we saw it all today, didn't we? We kind of saw Qualifier 2 has had a variety of different ways to qualify. We saw, you know, the first game of the day, Duke and Jamper went down like one of the earliest in the game, didn't score any points at all. The next 5 games dominated the high ground. We had Bank and Elite there as well, who had a great game 5 and 6. We saw Commandment and Stretch, who were consistent throughout, just managing to always be there or thereabouts at the top half of the the point scoring positions as well. It's been amazing. It's been amazing to watch, of course, as well. And you guys have been brilliant on the chat as well. It's been so great to have you kind of getting in there, kind of saying us who you think is going to take it all the way. Predictions as well. We must talk about these. I'm getting excited for this. Vivid, not so much, maybe. But still, let's have a look at our predictions. I got it right, boys. I came first. Let's go. First place for Duke and Jamper puts me in great stead for the season. I'm loving the fact they've come first. Well done to that fellas. GG all round. Vivid, Clixon Day. I mean, a couple of early games weren't necessarily going in their direction, but they did have some great moments as well.
Yeah, and honestly, those games where they did do very, very well is why I picked them, because if they can find those 6 games through a series where they do that well, then I really did think that they had a good shot, especially off of their round 3 performance, but unfortunately could not find the games, could not find the rhythm in round number 4, but that's okay. You know, you win some, you lose some for me and MDF, but SBGA is cold and scented coming through towards the end for you.
Yeah, talk about a great back half of the tournament. We see Cold and Scented off to a rough start, and then the 14th, a 4th, and then a 1st place, racking up tons of elims there. They had 10 elims in the second to last game. Hey, shout out to them doing what they know best. And for Joji and Rokane for Sundown's pick, they had a couple of good games, but good wasn't good enough. They were able to reach about 21st, which is still a solid performance, and I would look for this duo to qualify in the upcoming qualifier because they are that good, but it's that one last piece that we need to see them put together.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to make as well, because obviously we're going to have Qualifier 3 coming at you next weekend. Of course, all the points that our teams that haven't qualified auto-qualified for finals as well, they're all getting these points together to hopefully qualify hopefully for semi-finals, whatever happens, regardless of Qualifier 3 and those top 5 teams next week. So it's all to play for still as well. But I think it just goes to show this region has such variety, so many duos. There are so many duos as well that didn't even qualify for this kind of final part of the competition.
Yeah.
So we're going to see them hopefully in action on the next show. From me, it's a massive thanks to the team here. It's been absolutely brilliant. Obviously, Vivian and SBGZ here bringing us all the analytical info. It's been great. Sundown MDF, as always, bringing so much hype, so much context for you guys at home as well. You guys have been amazing. We've loved having you guys there, kind of bringing the energy in the chat, as well as all of you a lot watching Legends Landing style as well. Big shout out to all of you at Legends Landing. Big thanks to production. All the mums, happy Mother's Day again. And as well, next week, obviously, Qualifier 3 coming your way. Very exciting indeed. Myself, actually, I'm not going to be here. Zeke will be in the hot seat here. And of course, SPG will not be here either, but we'll have Reese joining the squad too. So we've switched up trio, should I say, for Qualifier 3, but it's going to be absolutely amazing. It's all to play for. This last auto-qual positions up for grabs. You do not want to miss it. Make sure as well the NA West crew up very soon. Kelly and Co bringing you all the action from that region. This has been amazing. What a Qualifier 2. What a day. And thank you guys for being absolutely brilliant. We look forward to seeing you on the next one. Until then, it's all aboard the Battle Bus. BB from us. We'll see you real soon. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, and the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold two weapons designed exclusively for close range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top